Yo, what's up, everyone? Let's do it before I forget. Lord, thank you for this day and the blessings. Thank you for all that you've given. Thank you for this live. Thank you for this community. Thank you for everything that you provide. I ask that you allow the Holy Spirit to move through this live and ultimately drive us into what needs to be said and what needs to be done, and bring people into the chat, into the community, or anything that, is going to help build your kingdom. Lord, you're good in all that you do. Thank you for these opportunities. In Jesus' name, amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. Now you don't know which side. Everybody's always like, I know what denomination you are because you did the cross a certain way. I think I'm getting sick. Actually, I don't even think it. I'm just getting sick. What's up, everyone? How is everyone doing today? Hold on just one second. I always feel like I forget to do something. I'm trying to remember what I forgot to do. I think we're good. Why do you keep over here? Center screen. My goodness. Hail Mary, full of grace. Blah, 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 blah. A little too bright. It's a little too dark. Needs a balance being between. I'll just stick with that. All right, so I finally decided to do it. Today's topic today is Fedora Friday. I'm 100% a monk. Oh, yeah, smash the like button, share live, do all those types of things. We were banned, so I just got the TikTok back. So it's probably going to be shadow banned for probably a month. What happened to my Thursday live? I'm not going to keep those up, bro. I'm not going to keep up hangout lives. It's not an actual show. We were just hanging out. Yeah. Scatterbrain. What was I saying? Yeah, because we got banned, so help us build up. Shadow bans are real. They are a real thing. And I know they're a real thing, because there are times I got hundreds of people, and then there's times I got like 7. And the times I have 7 are always after a ban. Why aren't I wearing a fedora? Because I have class. You know what I am wearing, though? Jiu-jitsu. When's the last time you choked your friends out? Today's topic, I finally decided to do it. Fedora Friday. This is going to be super clickbaity. There is no objective morality without God. Prove me wrong. Win a taco. If you guys want to join the conversation, you can click the multi-guest button, or you can click the link pinned in the chat. Or if you're watching on Shorts, you can click the link in the description. I don't know if that's better. Yeah, what's wrong with Darth Vader? You don't like Darth Vader? Darth Vader is dope, bro. You want me to change it? We could change it to the big cross. It's just too bright. Besides, I wanted to steal from Jordan. That's what Jordan does. He puts up Star Wars stuff in his background. I'm like, you know what? These guys, same with Nick. And I was like, you know what? I want to be cool. I want to be like the cool kids and put up the stuff in my stuff. Keep telling bro to debate me, but you're scared. Hop up. What are we debating? Okay, everything seems to be working. I just need to check something. I want to check to see if we have access to that link in the description. My channel. Shorts live. Link to join in description. Okay, how do you access description? It might not be. Oh yeah, description. Boom. Oh yeah, perfect. Yeah, that works. Cool. Can I explain objective morality? It means it's true absent the subject that's interpreting it. Actually, we should probably get our terms right. Let's define objective. Objective, not influenced by personal feelings or opinions, and then it's subjective would be influenced by personal interpretation or feelings. Yeah. Based on influence of personal. Yeah. Darth Jar Jar. Dude, he was planning to do that. And that would have been, he should have done that. But everybody hated Jar Jar Binks so much, they're like, bro. But could you imagine, like, the middle of episode 2? Jar Jar Binks is like, it's to me, a Jar Jar Binks. And then he just pulls, that's a horrible Jar Jar accent. And he just pulls out his red lightsaber and he's like, I've been the Sith all along. Whoosh, and just like whooped people out. That would have been dope. That would have been dope. The only issue that George Lucas had with Star Wars is that he listened to his fans too much. He just listened to people too much. Every issue that ever came up was like somebody whispering in his ear, "Hey, you should do this, George Lucas." And he's like, "Oh, should I?" He's like, "Well, that's what the people want." George Lucas should have just followed what he wanted and did his desires. But he was trying to always appeal to the audience. And then he got messed up. Guys, smash the like button, share the live so we can get out to the people that need to get out to. If this subject doesn't get people in, we'll change it. Bro sounded like Luigi. Me? Probably. Yeah. Jar Jar was the actual Sith Lord. He should have been. That was the plan, but it never actually happened. This is an asinine statement. We'll come up and let's discuss it. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
46.
All right. There is no objective morality without God. Prove me wrong. Win a taco.
No, because I ask a Muslim why the Muslim countries are not helping Palestine. You know what they say? We are more concerned about going to heaven than doing.
We are not talking about the war. It's not what we're doing here. But I appreciate your time. Appreciate you coming up. But it's not what we're doing. I don't know. I don't know how that was. I don't know how he read the room and thought, hey, you know what? You know what John will really want to hear about right now? How Muslims want to go to heaven rather than help Palestine. What? Where did that come from? Maybe I should change it to like evidence or something, but we'll give it some time. You can be convinced of something you don't want to be convinced about. You can be convinced of, I agree. I agree. You can be convinced of something you don't want to be convinced about. 100%. John, have I heard about the Saudis hosting a huge concert at the Kaaba? No. Sure. You're going somewhere with it. I'm not bringing you back. We're not talking about that, bro. I don't talk about the war here. It's not happening. Ouch. I've never met a Christian man that does actually sacrificial service towards others. They only yap. Okay. Well, have you ever heard the... Hold on. Let me show you a verse. This is a great verse. So if you've never actually met a Christian that does those things, it's a good sign. I'm going to explain why. It's a sign that the Christians are actually practicing what they're preaching. Because in Matthew 6:3... Well, we can start at 6:1. Oh, I'm sharing the wrong screen. Hey, it's me. Hold on. Let me fix that. Display capture. We're doing... Which one? This one. Okay. No. Hey. Nope. Yes, there we go. All right, Matthew 6:1 says, "Be careful not to perform your righteous acts before men to be seen by them. If you do, you'll have no reward from your Father in heaven. So when you give to the needy, do not sound a trumpet before you, as the hypocrites do in the synagogues and on the streets, to be honored by men. Truly I tell you, they already have their full reward. But when you give to the needy, do not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing, so that your giving may be in secret, and your Father who sees what you have done in secret will reward you." I've never seen a Christian actually do good things and act in charity. The Bible says when you do good things, don't let people see you do good things, because that will be your reward. Crazy. OBSW, amen. Amen. It's almost like that's like Christians are supposed to do. That's wild. Oh, wow. I'm feeling swole today. I haven't lifted in like 2 weeks, but for some reason today I'm feeling swole. I haven't even worked out like at the gym this week because I've been coaching. It depends on the person's heart. That verse means that you should not boast. Yeah, I'm feeling swole, bro. I'm feeling swole today. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling like I got a big back. That's what I'm feeling. Don't do things so men will praise you. Yeah, well, yeah, just don't let your left hand know what your right hand's doing. That's weird. I feel swole too in my body. Hey, We all feeling swole. We all feeling good, bro. We all feeling good. We all getting that weight up. We all getting that weight up. Guys, smash the like button. We need like a whole bunch of likes because again, we're trying to get over the ban. We're trying to get over the ban. So I need y'all help. Need y'all help to get over the ban. The account was banned for a week. We're back. And now we got to get the algorithm back up and going like it used to. If you're watching on YouTube, you can still join the conversation by clicking the link pinned in the chat. If you think there is objective morality without God, come and convince me. Come show me. This is actually one I'm willing to be convinced of. 100%. I'm not 100% certain that there is no good arguments for morality without God. So I'm open. I'm open to the conversation. Somebody come convince me. Kai Burr came in with $5, says, God bless you, brother. Please give more love to the doggo for us, please. I don't have a dog. I have a cat. I'm a cat man. Yeah, we're going to do tag. That's what we're doing today. I don't hate animals. I love animals. I would love to have a dog. I just don't have the personal discipline to take care of a dog. So I don't get one. That wouldn't be fair to the dog. Cats are pretty easy to take care of. But I don't have the personal discipline to make sure a dog is walked every day. I also don't have the time to do it. So it wouldn't be fair for me to get a dog. But I do love dogs. Cats are for sissies? Okay. I'm fine with that. If that makes me a sissy, I'm a sissy boy. Walking your dog is objectively moral. I actually agree. I actually agree with that, yeah. Oh my God. You know what sucks? I don't have a butt. I have no butt cheeks at all. And so I'm just constantly sitting on my tailbone. And now my tailbone is really hurting lately. Seriously, I got like this big ass pad underneath me. And no matter how many squats I do, no matter how many good mornings I do, no matter how many RDLs I do, it's just a little butt, no butt, and just constant tailbone pain. I am a Christian, yes. I have 3 dogs and a cat. I could say it's way easier, so that's right. Yeah, cats are way easier. You should ask the question 8. I am asking question 8, atheist. It's Fedora Friday. Why did I choose Christianity, or were you born Christian? I didn't choose Christianity. I just happened to find out it was true. Men own cats. Changed my mind. Amen. Amen. Brady came in $4.99. It says, no more super chats until Grizzly Adams' beard is in full effect until like your debut fight. I've already had my debut fight. No, we're not doing Grizzly Adams' beard. So I appreciate the super chats, but I am not your internet slot machine. I do not jump. I do not jump for your super chats. I do not dance for your $5.99 or $4.99. You went from 0 plus 0 plus 0 equals 1 plus 1 equal what? What the hell does that even mean? Christianity choose me. Hey, fair enough. I love cats and dogs, but have none. I have 14 cats. I'm a cat lover. You're a crazy cat lady. 14 cats, bro. How's it smell? The litter boxes, bro. I know my one cat with the litter box is like overpowering sometimes. 14 cats? Do you live in a farm? Do you have a farm? Who am I to judge? Hey, if it makes you happy, it makes you happy. Go for it. Doesn't theistic evolution imply death before the fall? Yeah, I guess it would. Yeah, I haven't really thought about it too much. Where can I see all my fights? I've only had one fight. Oh, unless you count jiu-jitsu tournaments as fights, which I don't. Any jiu-jitsu guy says, I'm about to go have a fight. You're not about to fight, bro. You're about to aggressively cuddle men until one of you say, I can't do it anymore. No, it's very different. Very different. The Trinity is basically worshiping 3 gods. There's always a Muslim. Always a Muslim in the chat. Always. They're everywhere. They're like ants. They're like ants. Doesn't matter where you are or what you do. They're like ants. Do I have a page for my BJJ? No. Do you guys think I should start a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu YouTube page? Think I should do that? I think I would like to do that one day. I'm just not confident enough. I'm afraid people will see how bad I am. Brady came in with 99. No, I meant like you had one in your debut fight, but I already caved. Here's $10 for the beard oil. Thanks, bro. Appreciate it. Yeah, that was a big beard, bro. That was a big beard. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, that was. Hold on. Let's see if we can find it. let's see if there's just any images of the beard. I don't want to watch the video. I just want the image. Yeah. Right there. That's me. You see the big beard? It's just like massive. It was like down to here. It was a huge beard. Why is everybody, why so everybody keyboard warriors today? Let's go. Hop up in the queue. God teaches slavery. Hop up in the queue and let's discuss it. Don't hide out in the keyboard thing. There's no objective morals. It's all always subjective. Yeah. If you want to, hey, cool. Awesome. If you want to confess to that, you want to say morals are all subjective, then you have no basis to say that Schmittler was wrong. You have no basis to say any of these people were wrong. I appreciate you coming up and not just hanging out on the keyboard. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I am 45.
All right, bro. There is no objective morality without God. Prove me wrong. When to taco.
The Bible teaches you how to keep your slave. I mean, I don't know what else you need.
Okay.
Slavery is not moral.
Okay. Is that an objective?
Slavery is not moral.
Okay, fine. Is that
that's objective. If you don't think slavery is evil, you're objectively
we're already off. We're already off to a hot start, man. Let's have a discussion. All right. So
we are having a discussion. Slavery is bad.
Well,
End of discussion.
No, what you're doing is called bulldozer.
Slavery is bad.
Okay, I agree with you. Slavery is bad.
No, you don't.
I just said it. I just agree
with you.
You
think it's okay in a certain way. No, there's no way to slice up slavery.
I'm not even going to defend slavery, bro. I'm not even going to do that.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right, let's hear your defense for it. Come on.
I'm not making a defense. I'm just going to ask a simple question.
Let's hear it. Come on. How
okay.
It's in the Bible.
Okay.
Defend it.
Bro. Okay, am I allowed to speak now?
I've been asking you. Defend it.
Okay. Where do you get your objective morals from?
Empathy.
Empathy. Okay.
I know how something else feels.
Okay.
So I know being in chains hurts.
Okay. Empathy.
Being in chains hurts and it's not fun. So I wouldn't want to do that to someone because I know that would be bad.
Okay. So hypothetically, if we were born without empathy, would there be morals?
I don't know because we're not born without empathy unless you're a psychopath.
It's a hypothetical, right? So yeah, actually that's a good point. Psychopaths are born without empathy, right? So they don't have empathy. So hypothetically, So hypothetically, if the world was all psychopaths, where would morality come from?
Well, they would be all Christians then.
Well, that's not answering the question.
Well, okay. So we're going to say that something that exists doesn't exist, right? That's what we're doing?
No, other way
people
around.
are born
Something
with
that doesn't exist does exist. It's the other way around.
We're born with empathy, so it exists.
Yeah. So do you know what a hypothetical
you're wanting
is?
to just. I do. I don't understand how taking
what
empathy out of the world is going to prove your point.
What is the purpose of a hypothetical?
All right, sure. We'll take empathy out, and everybody's murdering monsters. What's your point?
So then by definition, it's not objective. Because it's based off the subject,
Here's the problem, is psychopaths are a divergent off the norm.
Sure, but it's still not objective.
Even animals, so there are examples of animals saving other animals from harm, and they're not even the same species.
Okay, hold on. Can you just, empathy. I just need you to relax, man. You're very angry for no reason. I'm not coming at you hostile. You're coming in at me hostile. We're trying to have it. Okay, I'm an idiot. That's fine. But you know how you say you're an empathetic person, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you meet someone, like say you meet a child compared to an adult is an idiot. Do you talk condescendingly and down to a child?
There's some things I can't talk with them about.
But do you talk condescendingly and down to them?
If the child tries to tell me about the reality of the world,
so you talk like this straight. You talk like this to children?
If they're coming
Wait,
at
hold
me
on.
with
Do you
false,
talk like this like to children?
If a kid comes up to me and says the world's flat, mister,
can you answer
him straight?
Can you answer the question? Do you talk like this to children?
If a children's acting this way, hypothetically, yes, I would.
Okay, so and you claim to be an empathetic person? What about somebody who's like actually mentally disabled, like went through an accident, has some sort of brain deformity that makes it very difficult for them to understand things? Do you talk this way to them?
Well, no, but you're obviously none of these things. You're not a child and you're not a retard, right?
Right. and you call them the R word, right? So, for somebody who claims to have empathy.
Oh no, I used a word, a bad word.
So for somebody,
I'm not
well,
a good person now.
actually, yeah, that word goes against.
A bad word makes you a bad person.
I'm gonna move on now because you're not letting me speak. But I
Objective
appreciate
morality. Get out of here.
Yeah, that is right there the proof and evidence of subjective morality, my friends, of people who claim that the Bible is unethical, people are horrible. He just admitted that he will call mentally disabled people the R word, call them a horrible name. He will talk horribly to children, yet claims to be the empathetic person, and the Bible is wrong for slavery. This is the stance they want to take. They're very hypocritical. And he's 45. Yeah. Well, I wasn't talking about slavery. I conceded your point on slavery. I conceded your point that the Bible teaches slavery, and it's wrong. Anyways, would anybody else like to come up and have a discussion or a debate on this topic? Make sure you're smashing the like button, sharing the live. If you want to join the conversation, you can click the link pinned in the chat or click the multi-guest button. I didn't claim it was moral. But you're a very angry little man. So we're going to put you on a little timeout until you calm down. How was my trip to Montreal? Montreal was good. It was too much for me. I'm not much of a social guy. I don't like going to events and talking to people. So everybody was great. Everybody was wonderful. It's just me. It was too much, and I was ready to go home after a while. I take from what? He's projecting sociopathic self. He's a lost cause. No one's a lost cause, but he was very angry, yes, very hostile. So atheist morals are subjective. It seems to be the case, yes. He needs a job. Okay, guys, he's gone. We can move past him. Morality is a human construct heard by the masses. Yeah, if it's a human construct, then yeah, you have no basis to say anybody is wrong based off their individual human constructs. So we have no basis to say that Smittler was wrong or any of these other people were wrong. So if you want to say it's subjective, that's fine, but it leads to horrible absurdities that I don't think you actually believe. I show Speeds came in, says, can you say I love God? I love God. I love Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. Josh, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Josh? Test one, two.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 35. Sorry, I'm new to not being able to use my phone to call in, and I clicked the link, so I actually had no idea that you were actually talking to me. My apologies.
You're good, bro. There's no objective morality without God. Prove me wrong, win a taco.
Well, when you say objective morality, objective would mean it's true across the board, right?
Yes.
But God's allowed to kill people and allowed to destroy the earth, but people aren't, so then it's not objective. It's subjective when it comes to God.
Yeah, if that's only positing the Christian God, and it wouldn't be subjective, but that's aside the point, right? I can concede those points and say that God did something immoral. It wouldn't change the fact that you cannot have objective morality without God.
Then it's not objective, because if someone's allowed to do something else that doesn't require you to do it, then it's subjective.
No, I said God could have done something immoral.
Well, I mean, I think murdering is pretty immoral.
Yeah, so if God murdered someone or smurdered someone, we have to say smurdered, that would be immoral, but it's aside the point. Like, I can concede this point and say that God is evil. This wouldn't change the fact that without God, there wouldn't be morality in the first place.
In what way? Because there's plenty of people that live on the planet that have never been introduced to the Christian God that live relatively similar to other cultures that do have God.
Yeah, you can be a moral person because God has that nature, and that nature exists intrinsically in the universe. You don't have to know of you don't have to know of the God to know to participate in His creation. So, for example, I don't need to know of God. I don't need to know of God to participate in the creation of the earth. Doesn't mean I don't need the same thing. I don't need to know of God to participate in His creation of morality. Well, I think morality is equal to His nature. But anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
But but that's just quid pro quo, and you're making the assumption that that only exists because of your particular God and not because of like any other
No,
God that could possibly exist throughout
no,
humanity.
that's not the argument I'm making. I'm kind of using a vague aspect of what God is. It doesn't have to be my specific model of God.
Well, I think morality would exist without God. I mean,
Okay.
it's kind of just inevitable.
Okay. So what is morality then?
Morality, well, if you're looking at it, well, I assume you're looking at it through like a spiritual sense that it's like it's innate because of some outreaching source, but I think
No.
it's just inevitable in the sense of like because that's how humans just flourish in general. It's again, it's quid pro
Well, so
quo.
then it's not
So
objective. It's subjective.
well, that's what the point I'm making is that even
Yeah.
with God, it's subjective because God is allowed to do whatever the hell he wants, and
Well,
those rules don't
so
apply to
being
people.
allowed to do something does like you're thinking that morality is based on rules. There could be a rule where you're
Well,
allowed to do something and that could be immoral.
well, also I'm also taught too that God gives us free will. That's what separates us from angels. But that's the irony of being
Angels have
human
free
is
will.
that we have. That's not what I learned when I was in church.
Then how did
They have
Satan
to.
hold on? How did Satan rebel if he didn't have free will?
That's a good. That's was a point I was going to make because that's at least
Yeah,
what I was taught by the
angels.
Catholics is that.
Catholics don't teach that. Catholics teach that angels have free will.
Well, then why make humanity with free will and then make angels who serve God? But then also angels have free will, but there's only one angel that disobeyed God.
No, there's a third of the angels disobeyed God.
Oh, is that the rest that went to hell to serve as demons?
Yeah, sure. But this is all aside the point. None of this has to do with the fact that you cannot have objective morality without God.
Well, explain that to me. How can you not have objective morality without God?
Yeah, so objective means it has to be true absence the subject, right? And so God is an object, right, as well as a subject. He transcends both these things. Just real quick, Anderson came in with $2. Says, why talk about morality? Maybe asking how are you? I just think it's an interesting topic. And basically it goes like this. Morals are concepts that exist in the mind. If it's objective, then it's eternal, right? So therefore, there has to be an eternal mind.
Well, but how do you explain morals before? Again, because I assume you're attributing this to the Christian God. So how do you explain morals of humanity before the advent of the Christian God, which was only about 6,000 years ago, when we have evidence of civilizations that live
Yeah, that's begging the
well
question.
before that have those same moral quandaries.
Yeah, so this
to me are just
so again, this is just begging the question that Christianity isn't true to start off with that. But even if that was the case, this still wouldn't disprove my specific Christian God.
Well, I wouldn't say
hold
that.
on, I'm answering your question. You gave me a very specific question I'm answering, right? You say there's other
Fair
religions that came before. Well, not really. There's only evidence of like Hinduism and some Zoroastrianism maybe, and some maybe Canaanite things, but they're very vague. And even if this was the case, there is no logical reason that God couldn't reveal himself later on after other religions had developed.
Mesopotamia, but I'm just saying that
Mesopotamia is Canaanite.
a lot of Christian mythos is very much routed in things that came before it. A lot of
like what? You're what you're doing right now is your goalpost shifting. You're actually not addressing the
no,
topic.
no,
You're shipping
no.
to another goalpost.
No, I'm trying to explain it to you. Just
So
if you'd let me talk.
I'm just going to give you a fair warning here. The topic you probably want to debate me on is morality, because if we go into the historicity of Christianity, it's a subject I'm far more studied on than morality. So if you want to go there, we can do it. We can do that.
Yeah, we can. I went to Catholic school for 12 years, and then I worked as a mortician. So I spent the majority of my life in church, and
fine.
I've heard it all from
Fine.
different
All right,
different sects and
cool.
different
All
religions.
right, fine. So, all right, you concede that there is no objective morality without God. Let's go into the historicity of Christianity. I'll cook you on that too. Let's go ahead.
All right, thy ride and thy staff, very Egyptian. The earliest manuscripts were in Greek, and Greek used demigods as most of their gods, which Jesus technically is a demigod. He's born of a woman on earth from God. So technically Jesus is a demigod. Earliest manuscripts are Greek. Greeks use a lot of demigods in their mythos.
Yeah, this is a correlation versus causation fallacy.
If you say so.
It literally is. You're literally saying, hold on. This is your argument. I'll steel man it. You're saying they came from Greek history, Greek history has demigods, therefore Jesus is a demigod.
No, I'm
It's
saying
a
the earliest
correlation versus
manuscripts are in
causation.
Greek. There's a lot of things that are lost in translation.
Yes,
And Greek,
yes. The original manuscripts of the New Testament were in Koine Greek. What's your point?
and a lot of things are lost in transition, and a lot of things are
What
added
things
by
were
the
lost in
authors who are writing.
transition? What things were lost in transition?
That Greeks love demigods. There's a lot of demigods in Greek mythos, and
Okay,
Jesus
but
is
that's a
technically
correlation
yes or no.
versus that's a correlation fallacy.
Yes or no? Is Jesus a demigod?
No,
Is he half? He is though. He's half human, half God.
he's not.
He's born of the Virgin Mary, who's a human.
You said you went to Catholic school? Did you pay to go to
Doesn't mean
Catholic school?
Doesn't mean I subscribe to what they taught me.
Okay, well, he's not a demigod because he's not half.
Well,
He's
he's
fully
considered in the
God.
religion of fully. Well, also, and then part of the, it's
I thought you said you really studied on this, man. Tell me what the Trinity is.
The Trinity is confusing.
Tell me.
Because
No, you
also-
said you were really studied on this, so steelman the Trinity. You don't have to ascribe to it; just steelman it.
Ooh, one of my favorite quotes is that only God knows when the rapture's coming. Not even.
Yeah, so you're just
Jesus.
proving all this so-called study that you've done was none. Because if you've done a whole bunch of study, you spent 12 years in Catholic school. Bare minimum, you should be able to steelman the Trinity.
Well, that depends on who you talk to in the
Doesn't
Christian
depend
religion.
who you talk to, because I'm asking
No,
you
it
the
does.
Catholic version. You said 12 years in Catholicism. What's the
Christianity
Catholic
has
version?
like 50,000 different denominations, and they all believe something different about the Trinity, about
No, they
God,
don't. So
about
this
Jesus,
actually shows
about
that
God.
how little you study. So you want to talk about denominations? Let's do that. There's 40,000 denominations. This comes from the Catholic, or this comes from the Christian Encyclopedia.
No, there's actually
the
like
Christian,
53.
the
I
Christian,
think is the accurate number.
the Christian Encyclopedia.
The fact that there's even
can you
40,000
let
is
me
ridiculous.
answer your question? Can you let me answer your question, please?
Well, because it's a silly argument.
So I haven't even given the argument yet. So there's 40,000.
No, I'm talking about when you're saying
Okay,
40,000.
watch this. Now you're muted. Now you can't speak, and now you have to let me finish my sentence, please. Right? I've let you speak. Please let me speak. This comes from the World Christian Encyclopedia, and the goal of the World Christian Encyclopedia was to ascribe to how many denominations and specific religions were around the world. So they went around and they figured out how many they were. Now, what categorized a denomination? Well, it was just a church in a specific location. So for example, if you had a Catholic church in Texas and a Catholic church in California, this would be two different denominations. According to the World Christian Encyclopedia, there are about 300 different ecclesiastical versions of Christianity, not denominations. Ecclesiastical versions would be differences in beliefs. These differences in beliefs are very small and very minor. This would be like, what does baptism mean, right? Can you worship, not worship Mary? Can you pray to Mary? Can you pray to the saints? Things like that. But the things they do agree on, the vast majority of them, outside of the odd few like Unitarianism and Mormonism, which are not the majority, are very small viewpoints, they agree on what the Trinity is, which is Father, Son, Holy Spirit, three distinct persons sharing in one nature. You said you went to Catholic school for 12 years, yet you couldn't even steelman the Catholic version, and you jumped to the point, well, there's 50,000 different denominations. All right, I'm going to unmute you now.
No, and like I said, just because I went to Catholic school doesn't mean that I subscribe to everything that they taught me, because I questioned everything.
I wasn't
that they taught
asking
me.
you
And-
to subscribe to it. I was asking you to steelman it.
But in terms of like worshiping, like the saints, or like not worshiping, excuse me, praying to the saints, why would you? That's the other thing that really confused me. Why would you pray to like the patron saint of like finding my lost keys, or the patron saint of this, the patron saint of that, when you can just pray to God and have him solve your problems?
Why would you ask your friend to pray for you when you could just pray to God?
Very good question, because why does it do anything? Because that's the other thing is
what's happening here is what's happening here is
if what you want isn't getting God's plan, why even pray in the first place?
Yeah, so what's happening here is you're getting hooked on every single subject, and then you're just jumping from point to point to point to point. That's literally what you're doing. You haven't made an argument. Every time I've debunked you on any argument, you just jump to another point. This is
you're
by
not
definition.
Debunking me. You're stating it as if it's literal fact.
This is by definition is called a Gish Gallop. Right? And it's actually a Christian. It was a guy named Gish who did this. And what he would do to atheists is that he would go through all the points and never let the atheist address any point. And they say, well, he couldn't argue all my points, so therefore Christianity is true. It's fallacious. Perenum came in with 5 sucks, says, bro, you didn't pay attention to school at all. You can't even accurately describe the hypostatic union. So yeah, let's say you were really studied. You went to Catholic school for 12 years. What's the hypostatic union?
Buddy, that's not even the point I'm making. Like I said, I don't even hate Christianity. I think it has a lot of good things. I'm just saying
What's the
you're pulling stuff out
hypostatic
of the ether.
union?
Buddy, you're pulling stuff out of the ether and just claiming it's fact because based on what? Because it's based in tradition.
Where? No.
You could use that. You could use that for the case for any religion.
What are you talking
Vishnu's
about?
real. You know why? Because Vishnu's real.
That's not even an argument I made.
You know how I how I know that because there's doctrine on it.
I never made that argument.
Yeah, but, okay, so if I write fan fiction, and I'm like, okay, well, you're not adhering to my fan fiction, so you're wrong. Oh my God, Jesus!
You're not even. I didn't even make those arguments.
No, but you're using like terms within Christianity, like whatever the hell you just said, and it's like, what does that even matter?
You claimed you were studied on it. I'm proving to you that you're not studied on it. Because by bare minimum, you should be able to steel man it.
Studied in the sense that I went to Catholic school for 12 years.
Yeah, you didn't study.
I'm not claiming to be a theologian.
You don't have to be a theologian to know what the hypostatic union is. If you went to Catholic school for 12 years, the only thing you did was stare out the window or try to hit on the girl next to you.
And it doesn't matter because what is that even? How does that even a pillar of truth to debunk anything that I'm saying? Because again, I can use any religion's
doctrine. Because it shows you that
doctrine.
You didn't study.
It doesn't matter because I can use any religion's doctrine to be like, oh well, you don't know this of this religion, so therefore this religion's true and you're wrong.
Why are you so mad?
I'm not mad.
You're very angry.
Because you're very typical of people who actually don't want to have a discussion and just go, well, here's this point that you don't understand, so therefore you're wrong. You don't
understand it. And it's not me that doesn't want to have a discussion. I actually wanted to stay on point. It's like every time you brought up a point, I addressed it, and you just jumped to a different point. So it's actually you who doesn't want to stay on point.
No, because then you go, well, you don't understand this particular doctrine of the Catholic faith or Christianity, so therefore, yeah, okay.
Yeah, you don't.
But how does that make it truth? Because I'm not aware of some stupid bullshit doctrine I'm
not making the argument. Yeah, that's not my argument. I didn't say because you didn't know, therefore it's true, right? You said you wanted to get into the historicity of Christianity, which I said I know more about than you. And that's not making it true. It just means I know more about the topic, which I've just shown.
But when I was talking about the history of Christianity, I was talking more about like its evolution.
Yeah, which I know more about.
Not the specific doctrine. And a lot of Christianity is based off of Egyptian and Greek faith.
Okay, prove it.
It is.
Prove it.
Thy ride and thy staff. That is completely Egyptian culture.
The what?
Thy rod and thy staff. Those depictions are. What are you talking about? Christianity, thy rod and thy staff. That's big part of a lot of prayer and a lot of doctrine in Christian culture, which is.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, really in Christianity? You've never heard of thy rod and thy staff? Okay.
Never heard of it.
And you've never seen Egyptian culture where they're holding a rod and a staff?
No.
And again, Jesus being a demigod, he is. I know he's considered a god, but he's born of a woman, which is that's a lot. That's Hercules, or not actually. That's not Hercules.
So a demigod.
But that's a lot of Greek.
So a demigod.
A lot of Greek figures.
A demigod is a figure that is half.
It's half human, half god.
Half. That's not what Jesus is. Jesus is fully God, fully man. So again, you don't know what the hypostatic union is.
How can you be fully God and fully man? That's like saying you're half man, bear, pig.
Yeah, because
I'm half man, half bear, half pig.
Yeah, so this is very simple, right? Because he has a nature that is God, which subsists in a nature that is human.
It's not simple. It's very confusing.
It's very simple. I explained it simply. Right?
No,
just like
you
have a soul.
That he's 100% God and he's 100% human, which those two things don't. So he's 200% something.
Yeah, people can be 200% things. You can be an electrician.
Like what?
You can be an electrician and a fisherman, for example. You're not half fisherman, half electrician.
So you can be 200% electrician and fisherman. All right.
You're not 200% electrician and fisherman. You don't put the two together. That doesn't how it work, right? Well, how you'd be 200% if it had the same ontology. Because they have two different ontologies, it's 100% God, 100% human. That doesn't mean it's 200% Jesus. It means it's 100% God, 100% human.
Well, then,
two different
you don't understand how percentage
let me
finish.
finish. You don't measure the two natures together. Just like I don't look at my cup of milk and say this is 100% milk. I look at my cup of juice and say this is 100% juice. I have 200% of drink. I don't do that.
you are confusing the hell out of me then
Well,
right now, because again, you
I know
don't know
because
how
you're not
percentages
actually
work.
trying to listen. Okay. If I don't have
No,
percentage,
you can only have 100% of
fine,
something.
fine. I don't know how percentages work. Explain it to me. I have 100% of a cup of milk. I have 100% of a cup of juice. How much percentage of drink do I have?
100% of juice and of milk.
Right. So we have
It's
100%
not
that is
200%.
God. Yeah, we have 100. I agree. It's not 200%. We have 100% that is human and 100% that is God. Crafty Veteran came in and said, John 1.
How can 100?
John 1,
How can
Jesus.
100?
Hold on, I got to read my super chat. John 1, Jesus existed before Mary created all. Right, so I just need you to relax, man. We're just having a conversation. You're just very hostile, very angry, very like at me.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm just I'm very confused because I'm really trying to grasp the concept. If 100% is like the marker, then how can you have 100% of two things in one thing?
It's not in one thing.
But that's what you're describing it as. He's
No,
100%
that's
God
saying-
and 100% human, and it's one entity.
That's saying the nature is in Jesus. The Jesus is in the natures. Kevin Z. Ivan says, thy rod and thy staff has nothing to do with Egypt, but it's an Argarian reference to the shepherd who would carry both to lead to protect his sheep. I have no idea. That's news to me.
But that's using Christianity. That was one of the things I remember hearing.
It's using Aristotelian philosophy.
Yeah, but again, that's because there's different sects of Christianity that believe, and they use different parts of the Bible.
Right. So you're just shifting to another topic now. So I'm going to say thank you for your time, man. God bless. Have yourself a great day.
Whatever.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 19.
All right, bro. There's no objective morality without God. Prove me wrong. Win a taco.
I was just saying that I do believe in what you believe and all that, but I was wondering if you're Catholic or what denomination, if you even know one.
I don't share my denomination. Brady came in with
Okay.
$1.99, says stand in the queue. Dan's going to come up and do this atheist glasses thing, and I don't want to do that.
Well, I just want to say thanks for doing this. Appreciate it, and yeah,
All right, man. Thank you so much. God bless.
you too.
Are you going to do your atheist glasses thing? Than.
Oh, am I? Wait, am I in? I can't tell. I don't know how to use this.
Yeah,
thing.
you're in.
Oh, okay. No. I was coming up just to kind of chill out. And
But you disagree with me on this topic.
on what topic? What's happening?
I'm saying there's no objective morality without God. Prove me wrong. Win a taco.
Oh, I mean, are you saying it's logically impossible to have more for more realism to be true, independent of theism?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I'm waiting for someone to prove me wrong. I'm basically taking the transcendental argument and saying, hey, what's wrong with it? Because I see a lot of people critiquing it, but I've never actually seen anybody dismantle it. Because at least see a lot of people saying it's stupid, it's dumb, people shouldn't hold to it. And I'm just very curious what the actual arguments are against it.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how you run in the argument. But I was coming out here so that way we can actually argue against other people together. But
yeah, do you want to take the affirmative then?
Yeah. I was just gonna run and defend it with you.
Okay. Do you want to bring your camera up or no?
I don't know how to do that.
Well, I'll send you a different link. And
Okay.
I'll bring your camera up. So just give me 2 seconds.
One Mississippi.
It's going to be a little longer than 2 seconds.
Well, what is a little longer?
Okay. Define little. Bear with me, chat.
I don't even know what argument you're defending, to be honest with you. Though, are you just running are you just running tag, or what are you doing?
Just running tag. Morality is an abstract concept. Abstract concepts can only exist in the mind. Or sorry, it's an eternal abstract concept. Abstract concepts can only exist in the mind. Therefore, there has to be an eternal mind.
Okay. I'm just gonna write down the argument so I know what I'm defending. Okay, so Morality is
I sent you the link on Facebook.
on Facebook. Okay. Uno momento.
That's the one.
While I'm figuring this out, you can. I mean, it's your life. I don't have to. I don't need to tell you what you can and can't do, but you can bring people in while I'm getting it sorted out. I'm assuming I should back out of this thing and then rejoin through the link you gave me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But I usually have this set up before I go live, so everybody's got to watch me do weird stuff right now. Which chat did I want to bring in? Text GEI. This one. Okay, that'll be ready for him when he gets here. That's for now. Oh, there he is. Then I'm going to have to share my desktop with you so you can hear. And then copy link. Guests. Boom. There he is. Can't hear you though. Oh, there we go.
You
Say
can hear me
something
now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
All right, can y'all see and hear Than?
I have your stream pulled up, so let's see. Yeah, yeah. We're good.
Boom. Okay, we got the guest today who's going to argue something he doesn't actually believe in. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Good. I'm 32 years old.
All right, bro. There's no objective morality without God. Prove me wrong. Win a taco.
I just want to make a quick statement. Are you going to be debating people like Joel Reed's Bible or Mezzo or any of these?
I don't know who they are.
Oh,
Or-
okay. I'd love to see you debate them because I'm on the affirmative. I do believe that their objective moral values and duties exist because God exists. But I would love to see you.
It depend on the topic. Like I had Deconstruction
Okay.
Zone reach out to debate on me, but the problem is the subject he wanted to debate on, I agreed with him on. So it's like we can't debate it because we both agree. Yeah.
Okay. Well, no, I mean, maybe possibly in the future if you want to, or even if you know who allegedly Ian is. He's a pretty big atheist on here.
I've debated Ian a couple times now. I actually don't mind Ian.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
no, I commend you for what you do. So thank you very much for having me on for
No problem, man. God bless.
a short amount of time. God bless.
Mm-hmm. The first time I talked to Ian, though, I thought he was a royal douche. But then we talked again, and he was actually like decent.
I've never gotten a chance to talk to him yet.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 22. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes. There's no objective morality without God. Prove me wrong. Win a taco.
Yeah. So, what do you mean by objective morality?
That it's truth. That it's true absent the subject.
Right. So you're saying that it stands independently true?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and justify the proposition that objective morality is an impossibility without God.
Yeah, I'd say that it's basically the transcendental, that morality is a construct morality is an internal construct or concept that exists in the mind. How did I phrase it again? Morality is an internal concept that exists in the mind. How did I just gave it to you, Than, and all of a sudden I've lost it.
To be honest with you, I don't know if I really remember what the argument was. I wrote down these premises. Morality is an abstract concept. Abstract concepts can only be grounded in God. Morality exists. God exists.
Yeah, there you go. That's it.
Is that what you're doing? Like a hypothetical syllogism?
Yeah, that's the
What was the
syllogism.
argument? Can you repeat
Abstract concepts only exist in the mind. Are eternal abstract concepts.
Okay, can you
There are-
what do you mean by abstract?
So morality is an eternal abstract concept. Abstract concepts can only exist in the
No,
mind.
what do you mean by abstract?
I'm just giving you the syllogism. Now that I have it, I have to say it.
Yeah,
It's my
I heard the
OCD.
syllogism. I'm attacking P1.
What do I mean by abstract? It's mind dependent.
Wait, abstract, you mean it's mind dependent?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, morality is mind dependent,
Yeah.
so therefore morality cannot be objective.
Yeah, I'm saying that God has an eternal mind.
That's irrelevant. You said that mind dependent would be subjective. Now you're saying that morality is mind dependent, therefore it would be subjective by definition.
How does that follow?
All things that are mind dependent are subjective. If morality is mind dependent,
Yeah, that's the thing.
therefore morality is
That's the
subjective.
thing that we're discussing, right? Because I think God has an eternal mind. So
Right, I
therefore,
just
this
gave
is
the argument.
this is an eternal concept, right? It eternally exists.
Well, that's irrelevant. It doesn't matter if it's eternal concept. You gave the reasoning behind. I asked you what it would mean to be objective, and you said that it would be sense independently or mind independent, right?
No,
Meaning
that's
that the
not.
opposite
That's not. I
of
said.
that
I
mind
said it's not
dependent-
based on the subject.
Right, and you're saying right. So since it is based on the subject,
Well, yeah, I'm not.
Since it is
I
mind-dependent.
don't consider God a subject. I consider it an object.
well, that's irrelevant. You said that you said that morality in general is. You conceded to this. You said that morality in general is going to be mind dependent. You
Yeah.
literally conceded to this.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
with
So
that.
that based on that your previous statement, it can be rationally entailed that.
I don't
morality
understand. I don't
cannot be
understand the
objective.
contention. Do you understand that?
It's pretty simple, honestly. I can repeat it for you again.
Well,
Well,
yeah.
you
Okay,
guys
go
are
ahead.
using. I mean, the discussion's kind of using.
Yeah,
some
so it's a
terms right now
basic
in ways
categorical
that,
syllogism.
say what?
Yeah, so I just formulated a basic categorical syllogism.
Well, hold on, because you guys are using a few terms a little loosey goosey right now. Because
Mm-hmm.
as far as my understanding of the philosophical literature, abstract isn't going to be described.
Well, no,
or
I'm
defined
I'm trying to disprove what he said. Or do you agree that that's an obvious entailment that the morality cannot be objective if he concedes that mind dependent would anything that's mind non-dependent would be objective or mind
No, but
independent?
I don't
therefore
agree
it's
with that
mind,
term.
not mind independent, therefore it cannot be objective.
I think part of your disagreement stems in probably a miscommunication between the two of you, because we're
No, it's not a
jumping-
miscommunication.
not-
I understand perfectly
Let
what
me
he said.
finish really quickly, because
Well, no, it's a false claim. I
Okay, but you got to let him speak.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay, so like we're
Yeah,
we're all
well,
talking in
to
good
be
good
clear,
faith.
To be
Yeah, but
clear,
I
by
don't
the way,
appreciate
to
lying.
the guest.
All
I'm
right.
not dumb.
Okay, hold on.
I
We're
know
gonna
I
move
got
on.
what I
If you
understand.
hold on. If you don't let us speak, we're gonna move on. Right. Even if you're right, if we can't have a dialogue, there's no point in moving forward. So you have to
Yeah,
let
sure,
him
go on,
speak.
go ahead.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just to put this out on the table too. Like, this isn't an argument I defend. Just so you know, I'm a moral realist. I'm a theist, but I don't think that the argument actually works. That being said, I think you guys are jumping back and forth between using the phrase stance independent and mind dependent, and those two are conceptually different. So maybe you guys should discuss what that means there before you move on.
All right. So I'll just
Well,
go
that's
through this.
irrelevant
I'm just
because
gonna go through the syllogism again,
Well, I
and then you
don't
can.
think we need to. I don't think we need to discuss the difference between there because I invoked the term mind dependent accidentally.
Appreciate the time. I was going to go through the syllogism again, and then if you want to come back up, then we can do it. If you don't want to come back up, that's perfectly fine. So I have it written down because I didn't have it memorized properly. Premise one, moral laws are universal, absolute, and conceptual. Concepts are mind-dependent. Universal concepts require a universal mind. Universal concepts exist. Conclusion, a universal mind must exist. You can hop back up, though. Mm-hmm. There we go.
Okay, so can you address what you actually stated previously? Now, if you want to move on to this argument, of course we
Well,
can.
this
But
is the argument I'm
besides,
trying to bring up. I just misspoke it the first
okay,
time.
so that you
Right?
concede based on the
I'm not
statements you made
conceding anything,
previously.
bro. Just can you
Well, I'm
argue
asking a
that?
question. Wait a second.
Can you argue the rhetoric, please?
Okay, so what was the argument? Can you repeat it again?
Yeah, the laws of logic are universal. The laws of the moral laws are universal, absolute, and conceptual.
What
Concepts
more? Can I stop you there? What do you mean by moral laws?
Yeah, so things like you should not murder innocent people. Do not
You
grape is
mean
always
moral
wrong.
statements?
Yeah, these things that we take to be absolutely
So what
true.
was P1? Moral statements are what? Abstract?
Yeah, the moral statements are universal, absolute, and conceptual.
That was P1?
It's premise one.
Okay, can you repeat the entire argument for one more time, please?
I'm using the phrasing that you like. Universal statements are the moral statements are universal, absolute, and conceptual. Premise 2, concepts are mind dependent. Premise 3, universal. These universal concepts require a universal mind. Premise 4, universal concepts exist. Conclusion, a universal mind exists.
Yeah, so the argument is just formally invalid.
Why?
None of the premises actually invoke any like inferential rule for the argument or for the conclusion to be derivative of the premises you presented.
Why?
Hello, that's a standard. If it doesn't have an inference rule, none of the premises
John,
essentially
can
express
you just,
any logical
message me
connective
the
that can
argument?
be representative of the
Okay.
inference rule being
Bro,
used in the argument. for
okay,
the
hold on.
conclusion
Both of you
to
are
derive.
talking at the same time. Can you start it again?
Right. So none of your premises, essentially, all your argument is composed of atomic propositions, meaning that none of them actually impose any inference rule on the set of on the argument for the conclusion to be derivative of the premises.
You're just
And
making that.
in
You're just making
logic-
that as a statement. Can you show me why?
Yeah. So
Well,
in
look,
logic,
hold on.
it's pretty clear.
Even
that's just
even if
true
it's
by
true, you
analytical
can
virtue because validity is
conceivably
defined as the argument. Sorry. Yeah. So a valid argument is defined as an argument which has a well-formed formula. So by definition, it's just not going to have a well-formed formula, which is going to entail it's just not invalid.
Yeah, but you're just stating that again. Can you give me an example why?
Right. So if I were to say, like, for example, if dogs have ears, if dogs have paws, therefore dogs can
Yeah.
fly,
I understand how
that argument
how-
is not going to logically follow because
right. But you're just
none of the
stating
premises
it's
are
not.
proven.
You're just stating it's not logically sound. That doesn't reach that logical conclusion. You have to
Well,
give
I'm
me a
not
reason
saying I
why.
explained it 3 times. It's just
You,
not
no,
tracking.
you're,
Do you
you're
want
just
to repeat
you're just
yourself?
explaining to me the inference rules, right? I need to know
You know
what
what
the
an inference rule is? I didn't explain
Alright.
the inference
now
rule. I explained why
I'm
you
going to
follow.
move on. I
You're just not
appreciate your
tracking.
time.
Yeah, all what I was gonna say is one, John, send me the argument,
Okay.
and then we can, we can, for the sake of people like that, we can easily just change it so we make the inference rules explicit. And on the other hand, too, it's like it's really not that big of a deal at the end of the day because, presumably speaking, you can charitably interpret the argument in such a way that you can conceive of a way that you can make a valid inference rule out of it and still engage in the conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
it's not that hard.
Yeah, well, I just needed him to explain why. And he was just giving me the rules on how you come to the logical conclusions. And it's like, okay, I understand that, but you have to give me a symmetry breaker. I'm not bringing you back up, bro. You just bulldoze and you don't explain things. So I'm moving on to the next person.
Yeah, let me see.
Glaney, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello.
Oh,
I am
jeez.
16 years old. Is that
Alright.
too young?
It's too young, God bless. Groot, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello, I'm good. I'm 24 years old.
Your mic is the worst mic I've ever heard on a live, my friend.
Hello, hello.
That one's impossible. All right, next one. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm good. I'm 19.
All right, there's no objective morality without God. Prove me wrong. Win a taco.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't want the taco, but fine with gauging in this conversation.
Sure.
So, I mean, there's a lot to say about this topic, to be fair, but I obviously don't see reasons why. Suppose counterfactually, let's just suppose God exists, but counterfactually, if God did not exist, external normative facts, which by that I just mean, facts that are normative facts that are stance independently true, that those would in some way like perish or something, right? That we would like be rendered normatively bankrupt in the relevant stance independent way. I don't see any reason to believe that. That doesn't even make any sense. Like if you, from the analyzability of the meaning of these words, right? I'm taking it that you construe theism as something like an agent manifested a universe into existence, and moral realism to be the view that there's external normative properties. If there was not an agent that created the world, would there cease to be normative properties that are external?
The problem with your hypothetical is I do not think it's possible for this world to exist without agent. So I do not think there's a possible world where this agent does not exist. I think it's a necessary being.
Well, okay, well, we're going to need to clarify the modality. And what I mean by that is when you say you don't think it's possible, are you saying it's not logically possible, nomically possible, metaphysically possible?
Yes. Like it's a necessary being, right? It's like trying to conceptualize.
Yes,
so all of the above, right? It's not logically possible. It's not. It doesn't exist in metaphysics. Like it just does not exist. It's not possible at all. So it's like saying, hey, can you define a triangle without using triangle? Can you define the existence of things without the existence of things? Because my view on God is that God is existence in itself.
Okay, so to be clear, you're saying that you think it's not logically possible God doesn't exist? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I would ask, like, what do you think the contradiction then is?
That God is existence.
God is existence. And what is that saying? Is that saying that God exists, or?
No, God is existence in itself.
So
just real quick,
it's
Kai Burr came in with
constitutive of the
$5, says, how would you answer the inevitable question of why adhere to the morality of the Christian God rather than the Islamic God or Hindu or Norse God? At the big question, Kai Burr, I'd say because we have the evidence of the Christian God through the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ, this is why we'd adhere and say that this is the person who made these moral laws. That'd be the quick answer to that. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so you're saying that it's constitutive of the meaning of the word God, that thing exists, right?
What do you mean by the word constitutive?
Yeah, it's like a feature of the word semantics, right? It's just a part of the word's meaning. In the same way, we might say being unmarried is constitutive of the meaning of a bachelor.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, but what happens there is that when you, like, this is a problem also faced of ontological arguments, that there's like a sense of force actually lost in just making it such that the word's meaning captures existence. Because now what that's saying is that the types of entities that bear the property of being God are ones that not only have the other properties of being an agent creating the universe, but existing, right? And that's not saying anything interesting.
Mitchell came in with $5, says, love the daytime streams, works out for me. Watch during carpool to work, then lunch break. Keep it up, John. Yeah, we'll do. Thanks, man.
Really quickly, John, check Facebook Messenger.
Yeah, I don't really understand your contention here.
Yeah, so maybe I can give you like I can pump it via like analogy.
I don't have anything.
So the type of objection I'm engineering is one where, like, imagine I took it that what I mean by unicorn, it's constitutive of the meaning of word unicorn, that thing exists, while the folk person or the ordinary person construes unicorn in a way in which it doesn't have this existential property, right? It's not like a part of the meaning. Well, what's being had is that they're not actually in some way just ensuring that thing exists because they're making it such that the term captures the device of existing. What's actually happening is they're saying that for something to be a unicorn, it must have the properties of what's already had of the folk person in addition with existing.
You lost me, bro. I was also reading something Fan sent me.
Okay, well, I can repeat it and break it down.
Yeah.
So, like, yeah, imagine someone, the ordinary person obviously doesn't define unicorn where unicorn exists, but imagine there was someone who had the same sense of unicorn with the additional property of existing. What that's doing is that's just limiting the extension of unicorn, because what that's doing is saying, imagine, I said something like, I don't know, some My Little Pony character traditionally qualifies
Can you,
as a unicorn.
yeah, can you just give me why it's like an issue?
Yeah, the issue is just that making it that it's part of the meaning of the word God doesn't actually mean it's logically
I'm not
impossible.
saying, yeah, I'm not saying
But
it's
there-
part. I'm saying it is. It's equal to. So when you state existence, right, it's equal to saying God.
Well, yeah.
Because like
it's a part of the
I
meaning
hold the
of
divine
word God.
simplicity, right? So I hold that God is not made of parts. He's not contingent. There's no moving aspects of it. So existence in itself is equal to his nature. So when we say existence, we're saying God, right? And we exist within God, so to speak. That doesn't mean we're a part of God, but it just means that in the mind of God is where we exist. And when he reflects upon us, he reflects intrinsically.
Okay, but now that you're saying you're a proponent of DCT or divine command theory, it just seems strange because
I didn't say divine
most
command
of the-
theory. No, I don't hold to divine command theory.
Is that not what you said?
No.
Oh, what was it you said that
Divine simplicity.
then? Oh, divine simplicity. Okay, well, yeah, but in any case, what I was saying is that you take it to be part of the meaning of the word God, that
No,
God exists.
part of the
That's
meaning.
correct.
I'm saying that's equal to his nature. That is what God is existence.
I'm not sure what that's saying, but you do agree it's part of the meaning of the word God that he exists.
No. Because that implies
So-
God is made of parts.
No, not parthood in terms of mereology, parthood in terms of the contents of the contents encapsulated by the word God as you
So
use
can we
it.
just define, like, how would you define existence?
I'm sympathetic to that being like primitive, or I would use existence in a way that's unfriendly to theism, so it's best we not use it that way.
So existence in my like understanding is a state of being, right? It is that it is the thing that subsists, or even just like, yeah, the fact of state of living or having objective reality or being in this state of being. So God is that. That is what God is. He is the state of being.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what that's really saying. I don't think that's like informative, that like breakdown. I'm fine with saying that you take it that God exists, right?
No, I'm not
And
saying
we
that God
share,
that
like-
God exists. I'm saying God is existence.
Yeah, but when I asked you earlier, you signed off. All you're saying is that it's constitutive of the meaning of the word God that he exists. Is that not right?
Well, if what you mean by constitutive, I can't even say it, constitutive. How do you say it? Is that he
Constitutive.
is that thing? Then yes.
Yeah, but is it okay? So, are you saying God's identical to existence?
Yes.
Okay. But do you take it that your notion of existence is one that agency is constitutive of?
What do you mean?
Well, I take it you take it God's an agent, and you also want to say that God's identical to existence. So transitively, it would just seem that existence is an agent.
What do you mean by agent here?
Something that's facilitated by a mind.
Yeah, God has agency.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it seems like you're kind of just equivocating then, because it seems like you mean something like instead of existence, it's like schmuzistence, where schmuzistence is the typical notion of existence with the additional baggage of agency. And that's just not most people's concept.
It's not additional baggage, right? So when we're talking about God's nature, there's a lot
Well,
of things.
I don't mean it in like a negative way, but
I know I know you didn't mean it in a negative way, but what I mean by like God's nature, right? And when we're looking at like divine simplicity, there's a difference between how a creature, which would be us, interacts with the creator. Now the creator The aspect of its nature is one, but the creature is going to see these different properties, the different aspects of it. God's agency, God's existence, God's goodness, all these things are the oneness of God. Sorry, Than, go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask the guest, are you, because there's a lot of different ways I could interpret what you're trying to get at here. Are you trying to figure out if John thinks existence is a predicate?
Well, he already denied that. Well, not that he denied it's a predicate, but he's saying he takes that God is identical to existence. Okay. And then I was raising the objection. Well, it's less of an objection, but it seems like when he says like moral facts exist in the robust sense, right, that a more realist would, he's saying that moral facts are they constitute agency, right? And that's just not what the typical person running like meta-ethical discourse means by normative properties existing, that they have agent. I mean, to be fair, I find that like queer insofar it's unintelligible, but
yeah,
I'm
John,
just trying to clarify
John, when you're saying moral facts constitute agency, are you saying they entail agency, or are you saying like the ground of them must be an agent?
Moral facts entail agency? I'm saying you cannot have moral facts without agency. So the fact that there is agency is the reason that we have these moral facts. And this agency is equal to God's nature. Yeah,
that just means that the truth conditions for something to be a moral fact is bared on a mind. I would assume that's in some stance-dependent way. That just seems like you're not even a realist. But what I was saying earlier was something.
How does that assume I'm not a realist? Because God cannot, because God cannot change his stance, right? This is equal to the objective nature of God's nature. Now, if we're talking to his subject, right? Like, I do not believe God is changing. He's in an eternal moment. So there are two ways that we look at God. First, we look at God that he transcends objectivity and subjectivity. So he is the object of our worship. He is the object of nature, but he's also the subject in which gives us command or interacts with us or operates through Jesus and things like that.
Okay. Yeah, so I don't know what this transcends objectivity and subjectivity means, but I think we could put that to the side at the moment. What I'm saying is that what is traditionally understood to be realism is that realism is composed of two theses, that moral statements are truth.
Hold on, I got to pause you there, because when you say kind of like traditionally here, I'm not taking like a unique view. I'm using a Thomistic type of view, which would be, more ancient, that builds off Aristotelian types of views, which again would be more ancient.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not familiar with Thomism, scholasticism, or any of the things that are heavily
that's fine. That's fine. I'm not like heavily educated on it myself, but I'm just saying it's not. For you to say the traditional view is this, well, it's kind of weird because these would be traditional views.
What I'm saying is how realism is traditionally defined in metaethics, which is of the two theses, that moral statements are truth and that they're true in virtue of stances.
Just 1 sec. Jacob came in with $20. Thanks for the content, even though it's in Canadian. Have some real dollars. I'm Canadian, but thank you. So that's 20 real dollars for me. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that traditionally in metaethics, it's defined with two theses, that moral statements are truth and their true stance independently. That's what it would mean to be a more realist view. Now,
it is true stance independently. God cannot change his stance, right? There is no stance. Like, God's not taking a stance here. He's not saying this is what I believe and this is what I hold to. Or I'm saying these morals are true and equal to his nature, because his nature is perfect goodness, perfect state of being. And because he is perfect goodness, perfect state of being, then we would seek out and ought to seek out perfect goodness and perfect state of beings. So it's equal to his nature, not equal to his stance.
Yeah, so here's where I would go from here. The first thing is that whether the stance changes or not is not relevant to whether a theory qualifies as a realist view or not.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm just stating that it's not dependent on his stance, it's dependent on his nature. So be dependent on the object that is God.
Yeah, so if you're saying something like they're not stance dependently true, they're not true in virtue of his attitude, beliefs, goals, or any of that.
Correct.
If they're true unconditional of that, then what it seems like is I would want to analyze this nature talk because I'm not sure what that means, but at least the type of trail I would go, where I would navigate in objecting this, would be one that's abductive, where if it's not stance dependently true, I can just mimic that view and have a view that's normative facts are stance independent, and then I can just eliminate theism, right? Because you might want to say in some way God is explanatorily tethered, right? Whether that be by the nature of that or whatnot. And I can deny that and still be committed. So there's still an obvious logical consistency there, that being that I can just deny this tethering to God's nature and accept there are these stance independent normative facts. Do you see how
Yeah,
that's one way
you can't do that. You
go?
can't do that because it's contingent on the mind, right? Those properties, right? So if you deny the mind, then you deny having those properties.
Well, it depends in what way you say that they're like
So like
contingent on a mind.
Yeah. So the original argument, right, is that these are so we'll go through it again. The moral laws are universal and conceptual. All concepts are mind dependent. If universal concepts exist, then a universal mind exists. Universal concepts exist, therefore a universal mind exists. And you can also go backwards, right? If the universal minds exist, then also these universal concepts exist.
Okay, let me see if I wrote that down right. I'm gonna read it back to you just to make sure I got it right. So
Sure.
the first premise is moral facts are abstract, right?
Yeah, we can say that.
And then you said abstract things are mental or they exist in a mind. That was P2.
So all concepts are mind dependent.
Okay, so all concepts are mind dependent. Okay, so I'm gonna just change that.
So I'll go through it again. The moral laws are universal and conceptual. All concepts are mind dependent. If universal concepts exist, then a universal mind exists. Universal concepts exist. Conclusion: a universal mind exists.
Oh, this is like Anderson and Welty. Okay, so this is like the Lord of non-contradiction. Okay, yeah, so
Oh man, it's been a while since I've even heard of that argument. Is that where you're running, John?
No.
Oh.
What?
I don't know. Maybe I don't know what that is.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. He is, but he might not be like familiar with like maybe the literature of the people surrounding like authoring this argument or whatnot. But it just seems to fit that archetype. So if you're saying moral facts are conceptual and all conceptual things are mental entities or mind exist in a mind, abstract things are universal. Universal facts require an eternal mind, therefore an eternal mind exists. So why would I accept that concepts are mental entities?
It seems to be intuitively true. It's axiomatic.
You might. Wow. What is that? When you say it's axiomatic, what does that say?
It just seems to be intuitively true. Universally, we all seem to agree on those facts. So, for example, you cannot have a square round room is a concept. Concepts can only be envisioned in the mind. We have no evidence or no reason to believe that it can exist outside of the mind. Now, if you can give me an argument on why I can believe it can exist outside of mind, I can concede it. Sure.
So you're saying by an axiom. Okay, so you're just saying you have the intuition. The intuition is shared of. It's like a prevalent intuition, and the fact many people share that intuition confers reasons to believe that the contents of the intuition are true.
Right. So like 2 + 2 = 4 follows the proper axioms. These axioms are just universally agreed upon to be true.
Okay, but now it seems you're using axioms in the type of model or in the type of like a formal system theoretic way, like in an arithmetic. So in the way axioms used that way, like in mathematics or logics, axioms are not the types of things that are even truth apt. They can't like be true or false or accepted or denied. There's like there's a looser way in which we would say we would accept axioms or accept a formal theory, but I'm really not. Maybe Than can help because I'm not.
But entirely... So I understand your contention, But I'm saying it seems to be intuitively true. It seems to be a world that we fall into. It seems to follow that kind of logic. I am open to having my mind changed on that. Can you provide an argument that would say to me that it's not mind dependent?
Well, I'm not even understand what's the argument as of the moment, because you want to say abstract things are conceptual, and that's true in virtue of axioms. Excuse me, axioms or intuitions. Um, I'm not sure what the axiom talk there is saying.
So just the strictest form of the definition of axiom, a statement or proposition which is regarding as being established, accepted, or self-evidently true. Jacob Nathaniel came with $5, says, you asked for a verse that said all sin is equal yesterday. James 2:12 is what I was talking about. I love the channel and what you're doing. Thank you, Jacob.
Yeah, so I mean, for one, I feel like this type of self-evident talk is like pop philosophy, and I've never to
I'm
this
a pop
day in
philosopher.
my no, that's fine, but what I want to say is that language like that I just find to be just I have no clue what it means.
Yeah,
when you say
it's
something
fine.
self-evident.
You can say that you don't like it, but it doesn't address the argument.
Well, I'm not saying I don't like it. I'm saying I'm not understanding what's being communicated.
It seems
Well, what is
self-evident.
even communication other than an abstract metaphysical?
Sorry.
Is that a Jordan Peterson impression?
Yeah, it is. It just seems intuitively true that it's mind dependent. I have no reason to believe that we can have concepts outside of a mind, even by the definition of concept.
Okay, so now, if you're just saying it's intuitive, then what we can do now is go along this line. So this will now basically be getting into like philosophy of justification, because under my view, I'm an inferentialist, which just means that this is a view that's basically tense. It's in tension with phenomenal conservatism, where intuitions can offer.
Before you go, and it's nothing on you, I need to check with the chat. How bored are you guys?
It's really sad that you have to ask that question.
I have to.
I really
have
do.
to.
Yeah, and guest, it's not on you.
It's not a you thing. It's not a you thing. You're good. They're all not bored, so we can keep going. Yeah, we can keep going. 100%. It's just philosophy and jargon in general loses a lot of people, including myself sometimes. So I'm not saying I'm bored. I just wanted to check, but keep going.
Yeah. So now we're in like the type of philosophy of justification space. So my view about justification is just that what I take to be justification is that there's an inference in light of some proposition or belief. Now, you have a view that seems to say that intuitions are epistemic justifications. They give reasons for you to believe a given thing.
Well, everything is built off of intuition. We all start on intuition, and then we can build off of like evidence or deductive reasoning or things like this to confirm those intuitions. But everything starts on intuition, so it is an aspect of that. Go ahead.
Can I ask a question that might help a little bit?
Brady comes in with $1.99, says knowledge requires a knower. Go ahead.
I'm probably going to muddy the waters here with this question, but it's going to be important if you guys actually want to move forward, I guess. Guest, so presumably you're wanting to push back or at least be skeptical about John's idea that concepts have to be grounded in minds. Are you willing to put up a counter theory like nominalism, fictionalism, deflationary theory, or anything like that, or are you just unsure?
Well, what I'm saying is he had premise 2 being all abstract things or all concepts are mental entities or exist in a mind. And when I asked for the epistemic reasons, obviously that's what that would be. And when I asked for the reasons to accept that, he said because it's intuitive, and by my lights, intuitions aren't epistemic justification.
Yeah, I think there is a certain amount where we could say that it seems intuitively true that I exist.
Yeah, so I just don't. I mean, then it doesn't even become clear what one who's willing to compromise for a theory that kind of captures intuitions as justification, what it would even mean for something to be a justification. But in any case, it just seems like there's equivocation. I guess what would make this just easier is if I just asked, do you have an additional inference supporting the second premise?
No.
Okay. Oh, okay. Then I guess I'm fine with just leaving it there.
Sure.
I think
You could
all right,
point to
well,
like John, and again, this is me coming from a position of not supporting.
I want everybody to know on this specific topic, I am actually 100% on, I'm 100% willing to actually give out a taco today. This is why I'm doing this one today, is because I actually want to see what the arguments are against it. Go ahead.
If I'm going to try to help out John here,
I don't
a
want
little
that taco, but by the
But
way,
before you go, Than, the father, provider, protector came in with $10, says the obfuscate and dodge this monkey boy. He's trying to stagnate the stalemate the conversation because they don't have a defense against tag. Don't letting them manipulate you guys. I don't think that was fair. I think Buddy's been really a really great interlocutor and very fair with his reasoning. Yeah.
Is this monkey boy?
Yeah. I think he was talking about you. I
Oh.
don't think you're a monkey boy. I
Why
would
does
say
that sound familiar?
no, I am, but I'm banned on my main account. Well, I'm friends with like Danny, Amdir, and a lot of those people.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, so
I thought
John,
he was just
if
calling
I'm
you a
gonna-
monkey boy. Sorry, Than, I keep cutting you off.
No, you're good. If I'm gonna like throw you a bone here, you might like point to the fact that like concepts have aboutness, and you could point to the fact that they have like structure, and there could be like intentionality with them and stuff like that. And maybe you can write in like a type of abductive argument to say that these are like mind dependence is going to be the best explanation for these types of things.
I don't think I have to.
You could do something like that. In any case, like I don't really see it. He also would, Steele would probably want to say something like these concepts they existed pre-humanity. Now, I wouldn't think that's like a bullet. That's like a bad bullet to bite. I don't think that's if I just didn't believe that there's like types of agents with the rational faculties to have contentful concepts, then I can just say, I can concede that concepts are mental and that there's just not a mind that pre-existed, or these concepts had not existed to which a mind would have.
Yeah, and you can do that, but then I think
facilitate.
I think at that point you've conceded the topic.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that's actually way less forceful than what you might have the impression of.
Oh, so you're just saying like you would just deny moral realism and concede to the argument?
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that, well, first, I'm actually not convinced John actually is a more realist in the meta-ethical way. I think he has like this folk ethical semantics of realism, which most people do, where it's not actually like something stance dependently true. I would never concede realism. For one, I find it to be like
Sorry, just real quick. Mitchell came in $2, says breaks over. Have fun, everyone. Until next time. Thank you, Mitchell. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I have two problems. The main problem I have with realism is that it's, at least most accounts are unintelligible. For the ones that aren't, they're either like false or like trivially true in a way that's it's not even interesting against an anti-realist. They're not losing anything. But anyways, I'm not conceding.
Here's the thing, and I want to address this. Let's say I concede your point that it is subjective to the subject nature that is God. The rhetoric of saying
that's not what I'm saying,
but fair. But let's say we did take that kind of route. The rhetoric of saying that all these exist in the mind of God, even if it was to the subject of God, it would still implement the same rhetoric or outcomes for us as humanity as a true law that we have to hold to. Even if it was like divine command theory, it would still entail that you would have to have this God to have these moral truths that we have to live by. Do you know what I mean?
I think you're just saying that if you define good in terms of what's in line with God's stances, then you lose moral facts if if there is no God to have those stances. But that's as interesting as saying I define good in terms of Superman stances and I lose morality. if you don't believe there's a Superman, which is
I,
like the
I don't know
precondition for
that.
this.
That's not really what I'm saying. I'm saying because it seems like a lot of people. Okay, would you say that what I am saying when I'm saying I'm not a moral realist is that it's stance dependent on God?
I'm sympathetic to think you have that view.
Okay, so even if I was to say it's stance dependent on God, it would still have the same rhetoric and outcome for us as humans, right? It'd still be always true for us as a human that grape is wrong.
Yeah, but I don't see why I would care.
What I'm saying is it would still, like, if you could still say there's these moral truths that are always true for us as humans, even if I conceded the point that it was stance dependent on God, I would still have the fact that we have this eternal mind. That you cannot have these things that are always true for us without that eternal mind.
Yeah, I don't think they carry the normative force you might think they do, because if I don't share the values that God does, then why would I care to, unless, like, of course, there's a heaven and hell, and for that reason I might have additional considerations. But
this is a fun objection.
Right. What I'm saying is there's these intuitions that are built in, these values that are inherently on the surface. Now, how you interpret it and wrestle with those intuitions and these values can vary on each individual person. So, for example, it seems intuitively true that most people say that, the unaliving of an innocent is a wrong thing, but we can all justify ways of interpreting that and wrestling with it to justify the unaliving of an innocent. So it's still true on the surface level, but our negotiation with that truth varies.
So maybe I can give you this type of hypothetical to kind of drive in what my issue kind of is. So imagine there's a person who he's trying to get to work, right? And let's say he's, just for the sake of the hypothetical, and we're just going to stipulate he has the ability to see the future, right? Or he's even omniscient, whatever. So he knows about all future outcomes, and when he looks, he doesn't see any of those outcomes in the future as causing anything bad when he takes the bus attempting to go to work, right? But imagine it were an objective moral fact that it's wrong to take the bus today, right?
Well, you're just kind of positing an all things considered philosophy. I don't really hold to that.
I'm not entirely sure what you're saying.
Well, maybe I misread you too much, but are you not making like an all things considered argument?
Well, I'm not talking about like pro toto goods or evils. I'm just saying, like, if there was a person who had the type of cognizance where they don't see any bad occurring from their internal values, that they have any motivation to not moral motivation to not take the bus. But imagine there are objective facts, and we find out that one of the objective facts is that person shouldn't take the bus, right? They should instead like hop backwards on one foot.
But the problem is in the argument itself, because you're positing that he doesn't foresee any wrong things happening, but then in the same nature you're saying he's foreseeing riding the bus, and that's a wrong thing happening.
Yeah, I'm saying that, what I'm trying to illustrate is that the lack of motivation from external value properties that is offered to the agent.
What I'm saying is I don't understand, because you're saying there are these things that are objectively wrong. It's objectively wrong to ride the bus, but when he looks into the future, he doesn't see anything objectively wrong happening. Why would he not ride the bus? There's an issue in the argumentation.
There's two senses of values, the external and internal sense.
Yeah. So just to clear the fog a little bit here, are you giving like an obligation type objection or a motivation type objection?
I take those to be two different objection things. Against the motivation of external normative properties.
But I
you cut out.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah. Santos came in with 499, says, bro, this is the first stream where I cannot keep up with a stream coming from my head. I think we're starting to lose the crowd, but I'll let you continue, but maybe we'll wrap up here in a couple minutes.
Yeah,
I got to get going in a few minutes anyway, so.
Yeah, I'm saying that the person's internal values offers them, it licenses them reasons to do what they were attempting to do. And facts about these external normative facts, they just aren't in line with that given person's values. So it offers no reason for him
Right.
to
But the problem is, it feels like
conduce to them.
it feels like you're begging the question, because my original argument is that these moral systems that we have all have this like intuitive baseline that's built into everybody, and we negotiate with those internal baselines. So if he was just like, there's this eternal fact that we cannot ride the bus, but nobody has those internal baselines, it's not something that we negotiate and wrestle with. It just seems like you're negating what I originally said.
Let me
It's just, I think I'm not saying any facts about the actual world that are like in some way assuming the falsity of your position. I'm saying, imagine there's a hypothetical where a person's values were not in line with external values, to which they would still act in line with their own values because those have primacy, right? They're kind of like motivationally privileged.
Yeah, I can get the hypothetical, but the problem is the hypothetical begs the question.
I guess I'm not seeing how is it question begging.
Because my original statement is that these moral systems are intuitively built into us, and then you're asking me to engage in a hypothetical where it's not.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see how that's question begging.
Right, because in the question you're begging that it's not intuitively built into us.
Yeah, but that's not of the actual world.
What do you mean it's not of the actual world?
Imagine I had the proposition. Yeah, imagine we were disputing the proposition it rained 5 minutes ago, and I say, well, imagine there was a world where it didn't rain 5 minutes ago, right?
Mhm.
And then you say, wait, but that's question begging.
Well,
Even though what I'm doing is
if the question
conceptually engineering a fictional.
But if the question at hand was it raining 5 minutes ago, and then you brought that up, then it would be question begging.
No, because it's a fact of a world that isn't the actual world.
But if the statement was, like, if the question we're asking is in the actual world that it was raining 5 minutes ago, and you said, well, imagine a world where it wasn't raining 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's saying something orthogonal to the
right. So
the actual world.
My original statement is that it is of the world, is that we have these moral intuitions built into us, and they are true, and they are moral facts. Father, provider, king, protector. So sophistry tactics, stagnant to stalemate. Look it up. I don't think he's doing sophistry here, unless you're claiming I'm doing sophistry, which if I was, it'd be because I'm stupid. And then Santos came with 499, says all these smart words, and I feel like I'm losing brain cells. Insert kitty grabbing his head.
I mean, I'm sure Than understands how this wouldn't be question begging.
I understand it, but I just, it seems, because again, my original statement is that we have these moral intuitions, and then you're asking me to imagine a world where we do not have these moral intuitions. Sure, but it doesn't raise a problem with my worldview. I can look at that and I can say, hey, there's an issue there, but the issue is in that worldview, there's these moral intuitions don't exist.
Yeah, but it's a counterfactual. So it's like a different world. So it's not the actual world.
Yes.
The facts of those worlds are different. So
Correct.
What would be question begging is offering a type of, some type of engineered hypothetical where it requires the fact that we don't have these intuitions, which I'm not.
Right,
I'm not
and
saying.
I can grant that. I can say that there's a hypothetical world where we don't have these moral intuitions. That's fine, but my argument is that we live in a world that had these moral intuitions, and they're objectively true.
Yeah, but you charged that with question begging earlier.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. It's kind of
question.
It's kind of question begging, because for me to engage in your hypothetical, I have to disregard my original argument.
No, like, look, I can
sorry, just real quick. Daniel came in with $10, says, I'm not the most intelligent person. However, it's plain to see that when North America was formed under Christianity, morality was stable. Now, as we see pull away from Christ, it changes day to day. That's kind of a different argument, but I understand what you're saying. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, like, imagine someone said, like, they think it's wrong to factory farm animals given they have, they have no trait that's relevantly different from humans that gives them this deprivation of moral privilege to not farm them, in which we could. Imagine they said, well, what about worlds in which they did have a discernible trait in which it makes them okay to farm, right? Would you be fine with eating animals, right? You could give an answer to that question
Mhm.
saying, yeah, right, in the world in which they don't have the relevant fact that kind of renders them
Right, I agree. But if the
unable
top,
to be
I,
factory
I
farmed.
agree. But
Wait,
if
really
the
sorry to
topic,
cut you guys
if
off.
the topic was, sorry, let me finish. If the topic was, do these animals have those features? Then yeah, it'd be a bit of a question bag. Sorry, go ahead, then.
My wife will be home in a few minutes here, and not even a few minutes, like two minutes, not even. So before I head out, maybe this just for food for thought, guest really quickly is, have you read oh man, I forgot who the author is. There's a paper called The Intrinsic Value of Everything. Have you heard of it?
Well, I don't recall. Maybe the author I would recall.
Man, let me see if I can remember. Well, one sec.
I mean, I don't even read ethical literature like that. So
Oh, sorry, Scott A.
not gonna be
Davidson. It's a
surprising.
book. Sorry. This might,
Yeah, probably not.
if you're privy to this general idea here is, I think your objection would just be answered by a thesis that would just kind of hold to the fact that value is going to be isomorphic with motivations. There's a lot more to it, but you should, I would just look into it. But that's also me coming at it from a virtue ethicist standpoint too, rather than what John's doing.
I hold to virtue ethics.
Well, what I'm just saying is that
I gotta get going though. Thanks for having me on, John.
I didn't know you. I wouldn't set up your camera if I only knew you were going to be here for a short period of time. All right, God bless, love you.
Well, I wasn't anticipating my wife to need me. So no, it's not like that. Bye.
So with that being said, do you think this is a good spot to kind of put a pin on it, and I can move on to the next guest, or do you think there's something?
I think that's fine. Yeah, we've
if
been
there's
talking long enough.
If there's something you wanted to get out that's like eating at you, I'll let you kind of have the floor if you want it.
No, I'm good.
Right,
I mean,
man.
I said we can end it like 10 minutes earlier, and we went on, so it's more than fun.
All right, man. God bless, and thanks for the conversation.
Yeah, have a great one.
Sands off. All right, guys, smash the like button, share the live. Let's get this out to the people I need to get out to. This is the topic I'm actually wanting to change my mind on. I do have to understand what you're saying first. There is no objective morality without God. Prove me wrong. Win a taco. Donnie 12 Toes. What's up, Donnie?
How's it going, John?
Good, man. Just for the TOS, state your age.
I'm 30 years old.
All right, bro. There's no objective morality without God. Prove me wrong. Win a taco.
So just to make sure I'm understanding here, and to maybe help the next people, the way that I see it, there's two ways to prove you wrong here. Either morality is not objective, or that objectivity is derived from something other than God, correct?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to try and prove that objectivity is based in something other than God for you.
But you're a Christian.
I know, man. It's just for the sake of argument here.
But do you actually believe it, though?
I believe that morality is probably actually subjective. I don't adhere to tag.
Okay. I'm not a big fan of devil's advocate arguments, because like my goal when having these arguments is not to win arguments, it's to change hearts and minds. If you want to argue for subjective morality, because that's what you actually believe in, I'd be more interested in that.
Well, can I pitch you a scenario, and if you don't want to respond to it, I totally understand.
Sure.
All right. So let's hypothetically say that morally, I can prove morally that it is objectively wrong to steal from stores by saying that if everyone steals from stores, those stores go out of business and there is no longer stores to steal from. Does that logic follow for you?
No, because it implies that stores are a good thing.
Well, the argument is that stores can't be stolen from, and if stealing from stores is a good thing, and we make it so you can't do that, now you have objectively proved the morality of not stealing from stores.
Well, why can't you have good things that are limited, that they don't go on forever if you're doing like in a subjective kind of point of view? Like you can have a good thing for a time and then that good thing is gone.
And which is why I'm a moral subjectivist, generally speaking. But to use the tag argument here, I also think that fails from a general logical standpoint, that it's affirming the consequent, as my general understanding of the tag argument goes.
Yeah.
That's poor logic.
I don't understand. Can you say again?
So if you're affirming the consequent, you're saying this thing means this other thing. And so if thing 2, then thing 1. So as an example, if you see a lamp is broken in a room, that explains why there's no light in that room. But just because you see a dark room, that doesn't mean the light is broken.
Okay. I don't understand how this is any contention, though.
I mean, that it defeats the tag argument, as I understand it.
How?
Well, so the tag argument is that the necessary conditions for God are that because experience and knowledge are possible, it requires reason, and that reason derives from God. It begs the question.
Well, so the laws of logic, or moral laws, are universal and conceptual. All concepts are mind dependent. If a universal concept exists, then a universal mind must exist. Universal concepts exist, therefore a universal mind exists. If you take those premises, if you take the premises, it's not begging the question. It's deductive. It's coming to a conclusion based off the evidence that we see at hand. So if you agree with the premise that it's a universal concept, right, then and it only exists in the mind, you must have a universal mind. That's the logical conclusion.
I think we'll have to just agree to disagree with that one. I don't think
it's to agree to disagree. For it to be circular or begging the question, you have to use the conclusion in the premise.
Right, but your argument is the universal mind is God.
I'm just arguing that it's a universal mind.
Yeah, I think I'm missing your point on the tag argument then. Could you run it by me in full one more time?
Yeah, so laws of logic or laws of morality are universal and conceptual. All concepts are mind dependent. If universal concepts exist, then a universal mind must exist. Universal concepts exist, therefore a universal mind exists.
Yeah, I don't see how that's not begging the question.
It's deductive, right? It's the logical conclusion if you agree with those premises.
All right,
so
well,
that's how it's not begging the question.
Well, yeah, like I said, I don't see it as not begging the question, but that point aside, I appreciate your time, John. Can I leave you with a piece of scripture for your viewers?
Sure.
Romans 12:10.
Amen. God bless.
God bless. Have a good day.
Mango Tea, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How old are you?
20.
All right, bro. There's no objective morality without God. Prove me wrong when it's taco.
There's no objective morality without God.
Correct.
Is that part of his knowledge?
What do you mean?
Like, where does this objective morality come from? Is it from his knowledge?
No, it comes from his nature.
It comes from his nature.
Mm-hmm.
So does God have knowledge? Does he know everything?
God has knowledge, yes.
So is his knowledge separate from him?
No.
So it's part of his nature as well.
Yeah, so God is divinely simple. All things that we see as separating factors would be like the energy essence distinction. So we're seeing his energies, but his actual essence is one.
So if I destroy the fact that he doesn't know everything, that will then destroy his nature, right?
Well, yeah, but you can't destroy God. He's the necessary being.
No, I can. I can show you the illogical contradictions in your God.
Okay, go ahead.
So your God claims he knows everything. The problem with that is he doesn't know tensed facts. Because the way God works is...
What do you mean by tensed facts?
I'll get to that. So there's only two options, right? You either know the past, present, and future, or you know tensed facts, right? Those are the only two options you got.
Why?
So God decided to learn about the
You
past.
need to clarify terms before you make your argument. So when you say tense facts, you can't say I'll get to that and then make the argument. You have to clarify the term. What do you mean by tense facts?
Yeah, sure thing. So a tensed fact is a fact that changes your knowledge.
A fact that changes your knowledge.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
And we know that God is immutable. His knowledge is immutable. He doesn't change.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So God, he doesn't have new information. He doesn't receive new information.
Right.
His knowledge doesn't change.
Correct.
So he doesn't know that fact. So that means that debunks him knowing
That's not a thing to know. That's you don't know a tense fact. So a tense fact would be a thing, like a fact that you would learn based off your definition. If that you would learn, that would change your mind. So it's not a thing. You're using a category and defining it as a thing. Tense fact based off your definition is a category, not a thing.
No, it's a fact.
It's a category. Give me an example. Give me an example of a tense fact then.
So right now it's raining, right?
Right.
But
so would God know that it's raining?
10 minutes from now, it may stop raining, and so that my knowledge is updated with that new information. Right.
But would God know both would God know both those things to be true?
He would know what will happen, right?
Well, hold on. What will happen implies that God is in time. Do you think God is in time in this argument?
No, but you believe that he knows the past, present, and future, right?
Again, that's the energy essence distinction. So that would be the energies that we perceive. But in hold on. Let me answer your question. In his essence, it's not past, future, and present. He simply knows what is, and those things is. Santos came in 499. He's imitating yin yang twins. Come here, little mama. Let me whisper in your ear. You are very whispering. Right. So, but you gave an example of tense facts, and those are things that God knows. So God knows those things.
But he doesn't know a tense fact
he does know the tense fact because you gave the examples. Okay.
Hold on.
You said it's raining. That's a tense fact. Does God know it's raining?
But that's not really what a tense fact is. What the tense fact is right now it's raining. 10 minutes from now it's not raining, and that change of knowledge, that change,
right,
that fact.
Right. So you're arguing that God doesn't experience the category. You're talking about experiential.
I'm not talking about experience here.
Right. You're talking about the experience.
I'm talking about fact.
But it's tense fact isn't a thing, because the things that you're used, for example, for tense fact, God knows to be true. It's a category.
So the way he knows that it's true is completely different to the way we know how something is true. Right?
Yeah, I agree. Completely relevant. He still knows it to be true.
Everything, right? Can we agree on that?
No.
Oh my God! You know this argument destroys God, right? I just want to let you
know. No, it doesn't. Just because you make it and you say it destroys God doesn't mean that's true.
It's one of the 5 God destroying arguments.
Okay, well, thanks. I'm not convinced of it.
Because you can't have both worlds. You either know tense facts or you don't. You just can't have.
Right.
both.
God knows the tense facts. Give me an example of a tense fact.
If he knows tense facts, then he can't know the past, present, and future.
Give me an example of a tense fact.
It's raining now.
Okay. Does God?
It's not raining.
Cool. Does God know it?
That's a tense fact.
Does God know it?
He knows the past, present, and the future, which is
okay. So then he knows it's raining, and then when it's not going to be raining, and it's not going to be raining, so he knows these facts.
No, he doesn't know this fact because it will require your knowledge to be.
All right, moving on. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
34.
All right, there is no objective morality without God. Prove me wrong, win a taco.
Awesome. So I wanted to circle back to something you had said earlier.
Okay.
You had said that God is an object, not a subject. Could you?
No, I didn't say that. I say he transcends both.
Okay. Then I guess I'll circle back to premises. You said that concepts are dependent on minds.
That's premise 2, yeah.
I think that's P2.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So P3 is that universal concepts require a universal mind.
Universal concepts exist, then universal mind must exist.
Okay. Are all concepts universal?
Are all concepts universal? No, I wouldn't say. Well, I
Yeah.
don't know. Can you give me an example where you think it wouldn't be?
The rules of checkers.
So that's an interesting thought. Because the rules of checkers, God would have known of it before it came to be. I don't know.
Like, there's a conceivable real world, like it's logically possible that checkers doesn't exist.
Well,
There's no inherent contradiction in that, right?
yeah, it's logically possible that checkers don't exist.
Okay. So, at least in principle, logically, not all concepts are universal.
Well, yeah. So is and could are two different things. So could it be fact that it didn't exist, but is it a thing that exists eternally? I don't know. Actually, I think that's interesting now. I think you kind of woke up something in my head, because if God knows all things, then he would know all concepts, and all these concepts would be eternal.
Yeah, every concept that humans ever came up with would be just something that we discovered that God already knew.
I wouldn't say we discovered. I'd still say knowledge
but-
isn't causation. Sal came in with 499, says the pastor
Well, I
guest, he
mean,
goes in
like,
order, but he
if we
skips me because my
discover-
name was the Muslim cowardly behavior. No, I just moved over to TikTok. And yeah, I'm not interested in the Islam Christian debate. Come back on Muslim Monday when we do Islam Christian debates. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Dang, I got cut a little sidetracked with that. So if, yeah, I'm not trying to establish that this is definitely the case. It's just necessary that it might be the case. So the way that I'm going with this is, I see a little bit of a leap in the premises where you and I might agree that morality is a concept, but I wouldn't agree that all concepts are universal. So
then it's
that
then
would
it's
be
subjective.
a premise that would need to be justified.
Yeah, then it's subjective. Because it's not universal, it's subjective. Because it's stance dependent.
Okay, so if morality is in the same category, how is it not subjective?
Well, if you're
Or
saying it's, yeah,
maybe
then
I just misunderstood you.
Yeah, but that's okay. Then I win. You just admit that morality is subjective. Because the topic is there is no objective morality without God, and you just said morality is subjective. So, thanks for coming.
Oh no! This is when God exists. Like, if God exists, checkers isn't necessarily a universal concept.
Well, if God exists, it might be. I have to think about that more.
Yeah, but that would be a premise that you would have to justify.
Well, no, it'd just be a universal concept.
If it is, well, how do you know it's a universal concept?
Well, because God kind of exists there, but that's aside the point, because we're talking about the aspects of morality, right? So if we can conclude that if there is objective morality, then there is a God, well, then it kind of logically follows that all concepts would kind of universally exist then. It seems to be that way, or just on the surface. Again, I'd have to think about that more.
Okay, we can move on if that's something that you need to think about more. The other thing that I wanted to ask about is, all right, so you were saying, so would you and I both agree that if something is objectively true, it's true regardless of like what agent we're talking about?
I think I'm going to move
like
on.
If it's true for me, it's true for you. It's true.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to move on, not because of you, just because for some reason we got into Phil Bro TikTok, and I guess that is my fault. And I've lost like half my viewership, and so I'm going to change the topic. But I appreciate you coming on, man. And again, it's not you.
Yeah, no problem. Bye.
God bless. Yeah, I didn't expect to get into Phil Bro TikTok. I thought we were going to get a bunch of atheists screaming, oh, look at the Bible, look at the Bible, look at the Bible. But now we're in Phil Bro TikTok, and I know people just die off. We lost a whole bunch of people. So we're gonna change the topic. Why does it keep doing that? Anyways, this is a topic I was gonna do. Is it EI or IE for atheism? I always forget. I think it's IE, isn't it? IE. EI? EIEIO. Okay. Yeah, I always get that backwards. And then I went fishing came in with $2. Oh no, JJ came and said I went fishing. All right, and then we'll change it here. Freaking big words beside small words. Okay. We've now changed the topic. There is more evidence for Christianity than atheism. Prove me wrong, win a taco. Let's move that text over just a little bit for you guys on TikTok because it's going to shrink down. Boom. All right, smash the like button. Let's try to get viewership back to where it was. Let's bring in a guest. Cole, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello, I'm 18.
All right, man, there's more evidence for Christianity than atheism. Prove me wrong, win a taco.
Okay. So first of all, I wanted you to get what is your general argument for more evidence for Christianity than atheism? What is your general argument on that?
Yeah, so we have, well, general argument for a multitude of arguments is kind of like a weird question. Yeah, I'd say we have things like the contingency argument, the fine tuning arguments, the tag argument that we were just going over, and then we have evidential arguments like the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ that all point to this all-loving, benevolent God that seems to exist within the Christian worldview. We also have problems like the one and the many that kind of again point to this triune God.
So I have a very hard time trying to get a sense, at least in the Christian faith, of what is God. I know the Holy Trinity and the general morality of the Bible of saying the Ten Commandments and things like that. But in my stance, I think that a lot of the fundamental principles that a lot of people take off of like scriptures and stuff is written by humans. And I think that if by the understanding of the Bible that no humans are perfect, and the Bible is also imperfect, so it's kind of hard to find the real moral standing of God.
What does that have to do with the topic?
So let's say if there's more evidence for Christianity than atheism, if you can't really define what the moral understanding of Christianity is or what Christianity really is, it's kind of hard to say it exists entirely or try to say you are Christian.
You don't have to do that. You don't have to be able to explain things in its totality to say it exists. We can't explain gravity in its totality to say it exists.
Can you explain more about that?
You're saying we have to have a total explanation, an exhaustive definition of the morality and how we derive it from Scripture and from God. That's not the case. We don't have an exhaustive explanation for gravity, yet we know gravity exists. Santos came in $4.99. I can't keep up. I'm here, Maine. God bless you, Maine. Keep up the good work, Maine. What it do, Maine? I'm 300% Mexican, Maine. Thanks, bro. Appreciate it.
So you're saying that there's no full evidence for it, but it can still be true?
Yeah, we don't have to have an exhaustive definition.
So on that, I would so you're saying okay, sorry.
Money.
You're saying I'm sorry, I'll cede it to the next person because you kind of stumped me on that one. I don't want to lower your viewership.
All right, man. Appreciate you. God bless.
God bless.
Bro, I should not have done Phil Bro TikTok. Oh my God. Now we're not gonna. I think I might even restart my live just to build back up. Bro. Because Phil, bro, we lost everyone. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 24. I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
All right, bro. I'm good, man. There is more evidence for Christianity than atheism. Prove me wrong, Winataco.
Yeah, I was on the original topic, but I guess we can switch to this one. Like the problem that I have with the general construction of the proposition is that atheism. I mean, the way I view atheism, and I know there's like some nuances there, but it's just a non-belief, right? And the burden of proof doesn't fall on
I'd say agnosticism is a non-belief. Atheism is a positive claim. Atheism, by definition, is the claim that there is no God. Agnosticism would be the I don't know.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Would you still hold the same proposition if you replace atheism with agnosticism?
No, I can grant agnosticism if you say I'm just unaware of things. I can grant that. But if you're making the claim that there is no God, then you're taking a positive claim now, and you have a burden of proof.
Yeah.
And so,
yeah. No, I'm with you there. I'm definitely with you there. I think it's just not. You really just can't prove that God doesn't exist, right? But then I guess.
Well, you don't have to prove that God does. See, that's actually one of my contentions, is that atheism seems to be the stance that we have to prove that God doesn't exist. No, you don't. You actually just have to give a more probable explanation on why something like naturalism is the best explanation or has more explanatory power than God. So that'd be like an example to prove atheism over theism.
Yeah, no, I like that. And then, so maybe a contention we may have, or I can suspect we'll have, is like, I think Christianity, as far as I understand it, a lot of its specific claims are not supported by some of those arguments you had established earlier, like maybe fine tuning, for instance, right? Like, I can grant like fine tuning, but it still doesn't really tell me anything about the validity of the specific claims of Christian doctrine, as opposed to just like some, first mover or prime mover, right? Something that caused the universe to be such a way such that we can exist.
Yeah. So fine tuning doesn't work in a vacuum for Christianity. It works as like a conjunction of things. So like we use the fine tuning, contingency, transcendental arguments to point to this first mover, and then I would point to the evidential arguments for Christianity. So this would be the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. Because what would we expect to see if we had an all-loving God? Is we would expect to see, and this is Hume, and Hume is an avid disagreeer with was it Hume? No, who's the guy who wrote that miracles are impossible? He wrote like a whole book about why miracles are impossible. Anyways, one of his arguments is that if God was real, you would expect to see God interact with his creation in a loving way. Well, that's Jesus.
Yeah. So this is really helpful for me. So that makes sense, right? The fine tuning and those type of arguments just establishes, or argues for the existence of like this type of entity or prime mover, right?
Yeah.
But then in order to establish the validity of specific Christian claims, or I guess this can apply to any other like religion, right? You're going to have to rely on something more of like the resurrection of Jesus, for instance, right?
Yeah, something evidential. And then I think the problem of the one of the many also helps as well, which basically states that you cannot have singular things give definition. You can't have a multitude of things to give a definition. So you can't just like have one God. Like we believe in one God, but I mean just one God by itself. And you also can't have a multitude of gods that don't correlate into anything, because it'd be incoherent. But with the triune God, we have a God that is one but also three. So we have the one that explains the three, and this solves that problem.
Gotcha. That's to address like the differences between like Islam versus Christianity, I suspect.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, but going back, right? So, we're talking about establishing validity of the specific Christian claims. Like and I'm sure you kind of saw it time. So one of the hurdles I have a problem getting over, right, is I know it's a conceived properly as the problem of evil, but I think it's more simply just problem of suffering, because you throw out free will, because I think we can argue about that for a long, long time and get nowhere. Like, how do you deal with the problem of suffering, right? It's like, so, and just if I may, one more second, is we're trying to say what do we expect the universe to look like if we had what Christian doctrine claims is an omnipotent and all benevolent God, what would the world look like? And I think the problem of suffering is it's an issue, right? I don't know your thoughts on that piece.
Yeah, so this has some assumptions. It assumes like a utilitarian point of view, that the maximal goodness is like your happiness and things that make you feel good. But if you assume that like, you know, virtue ethicism has higher value than like utilitarianism, then you'd expect to see a different type of God. You'd expect to see a God that puts you in situations where you can overcome and achieve and grow as a person. As how God is justified in allowing like abhorrent things or unethical things to happen is simply by the fact that he defeats it at the end, to the point that you can like retroactively look back upon it and consent. Very similar to the way that, you know, people will like, maybe they're in a house fire and they're like, oh my God, these horrible things happened. But then because of the house fire, they end up in a state where they're like, hey, I see that and I see what happened and I know the outcome and I think the outcome is far better. So I'm okay with that and I wouldn't change it.
Gotcha. Now, and correct me if this is just mischaracterizing it, but that example, right, or that category of example you provided, it's like the silver lining like piece, right? It's like there's these bad events, but there's a silver lining that ultimately provides not like more than compensation. It's like it actually ultimately ends up a net good, right?
No.
The issue there, and again, I think okay.
No. So it's more along the lines is because we have the possibility of these evils, we also have possibilities of higher goods. So because like there's the possibility of loss, I have the possibility of self-sacrifice, which leads to things like agape love, this brotherly love that we have for each other, and also leads to things like selflessness. And so we have these higher virtues that build from it. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that we have to go through those things, but because of the problem of free will, we end up actually going through those things, enduring those things. And ultimately, at the end of the day, God will defeat it and destroy those things, and we will be in a state where we'll no longer have it. And that's why it's justified.
Yeah. So, okay. So higher goods. Now, that makes sense. And just to simplify again, like maybe we could just first talk about the higher goods that doesn't directly interact with free will. So stuff where like, I don't know, like a hurricane happens, right? So there's no moral agency really involved, but you know, you have to be heroic to overcome the trials and tribulations associated with a hurricane coming through your house or something, right?
Well, it's kind of more of like a theodicy that you're leading to. It's more along the lines of, because there's a possibility of those things, there is a possibility of heroicism. That doesn't necessarily mean that everybody who endures those things is going to end up being heroic.
Sure. Yeah. But what I'm saying is like, it seems more, and this is probably more of an intuition, but it seems like, again, one of the other Christian claims is that God is omnipotent, right? Wouldn't, you know, so wouldn't it be possible for God, given its omnipotence, to create a world such that, you know, it has goodness, right? More good, like it has the same amount of goodness, or if not more, where you don't have these lesser evils to lead to higher goods. You know what I'm saying? It's like why have the hurricanes happen in the first place? Why not just have all goodness?
Right. It's I love this example, right? Parathenox or whatever from Skyrim. He makes that statement because Parthenox, yeah. He says, you know, is it better for me to be just good or for me to be evil and overcome it and strive towards goodness?
Yeah, I mean, it look. It sounds like you would go for the latter, right? But
yeah,
do you see the intuition where the former actually can also be preferred, right, or just seem better?
Well, preference is utilitarian. I would not prefer to have to endure evil. I'd prefer to just not have it at all. That'd be my preference, but that doesn't mean that it's, you know, what actually leads to the highest forms of good.
Yeah. Okay. So, all right. So this is maybe the problem, like, of what we define as good, and this kind of gets back to, I think the earlier premise you had was like on objective morality, right? So in this case, are you just viewing as what's good is just what's, you know, God deems good?
No, that's divine command theory. I'd say it's what's good is equal to God's nature and the state of being, the state that you're created. Now, obviously, there's a certain aspect that God created us in a certain way, so He knew that we'd have to have certain states of being. So there is that aspect, but the reason that like grape is wrong is because it takes away from the creation, the state of Genesis 1, the way it was supposed to be, whereas like a man and a woman in unison tending over the garden. And so if you take away from that, it's wrong. And the reason we get this like intrinsic nature is because the Father loves the Son, and the Son would never infringe or the Father would never infringe on the Son in a grotesque way. And so it's intrinsic to his nature, which also trickles down to us.
So, I didn't want to go back to the old premise, but it seems like we're so quickly, and you can cut this off. But I used to actually ascribe to this, where objective morality can only exist if like a God in the Christian conception exists, right? But then more recently, it's like I'm thinking that it's like aren't both sides, the secularists and the theists, both making an axiomatic move, right? The secularist will do something. If you're a utilitarian, you'll do something like, I'm just taking as an axiom that well-being is what, that's goodness, right? We want to maximize that and minimize suffering.
Well, I don't agree with that. I don't agree that well-being is like a type of goodness, but there could be goodness that is not like well-being, right? So it could be like good for me to do push-ups. I don't have a good mental state of well-being when I'm doing push-ups, but
I'm with you that you don't agree with it, and I'm saying that it's axiomatic, right? It's an axiomatic maneuver where the secularist is trying to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, right?
Sure.
And but then again, more recently, I view the theist doing a similar maneuver where it's like it's axiomatic, right? It's self-justifying. Oh, my headphones just died.
Yeah, I agree with you. The problem is I don't think secularists have a ground to claim axioms. Axioms have grounding. I think with Christians we have a grounding to say axioms have grounding, because we say, again, the argument I was presenting is that we have these eternal concepts. These eternal concepts exist in the mind of God. With secularists, they say, oh, it's axiomatic. Where do those axioms come from? What are they grounded in?
Yeah, and I'm with you definitely on the secular side, but my contention is that isn't the theist doing the same thing in the sense that
Yes.
they are asserting, right, that goodness is God's nature, right? I mean, that's axiomatic, right? It's like where does that come from?
Yeah. So this comes like from deductive reasoning. We would say goodness is a perfect state of being. God is in this perfect state of being because he's the highest form of power. Being highest form of power, you lack nothing. If you lack nothing, then you obviously wouldn't have anything that is evil or intrinsic to you. So for example, if I lost my arm, we would say this is a bad thing because I now lack something that is intrinsic to my nature. God lacks nothing. So I'm kind of jumping through a whole bunch of arguments to come to this conclusion.
Gotcha. But isn't there? And I look, I don't want this to be a Philbro thing, but isn't there axioms, like sub-axioms buried into that argument where, like, if you lack an intrinsic thing, right, that's a bad thing. Like that's kind of implied by that, right? So it's like you're relying on axioms to say that God's nature is goodness is not an axiom, right?
Well, we could simply just state that God lacks nothing. Right, and then I can ask you. Then I can ask you: is if lacking something is bad? Right,
well,
it's kind of building on that intuitions.
Yes, it's intuition based, right? And the secularists will say the same thing about themselves. Like ultimately, or they have to concede that. So the secularists, they're intuition based, and it also sounds like the theist is intuition based, right?
I agree, but we have grounding. They don't, right? They deny the PSR. We don't. We have an explanation for those groundings.
Sorry, what's the PSR?
Principle of sufficient reason.
But so the grounding you were, would sound like the grounding you were walking through, right? Involving, like, if you lack something that's intrinsic to your nature, that's a bad thing, right? Is that accurate? That was a part of it?
Yeah. I gotta stop it, man. I'm seeing the count just go. I'm enjoying the conversation, but I am running a show.
All good. All right, man. Okay. All right. Catch you later.
God bless. I'm going to restart the live. So I'll be right back, guys.
So, yep.
So we got on Philbro, and like we just literally lost half from doing Philbro because people hate Philbro conversations, including myself. So I got to try to reset it so we lose all the Philbros. I was hoping to get the Fedora atheists. We didn't get Fedora atheists. We got Philbros. And we started off with Fedora atheists. It's me, maybe. If that's the case, then I'm curious how I ended up with thousands upon thousands of followers if it's me. I'm just curious because, I got 300,000 on TikTok and 25,000 on YouTube. But it's just me, right? What's a Fedora atheist? They scream God can't exist because of things they don't like. Basically, New Age atheism would be a Fedora atheist. I want intelligent conversation, but the problem is I'm running a show. This is a show at the end of the day. If we have no viewership, then it's not a show. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
30.
All right, bro. I'm good, bro. There's more evidence for Christianity than atheism. Prove me wrong when to taco.
So first, I just want to establish one thing. Do you understand the Bible as a historical or figurative text?
You got a lot of background noise, my friend.
Oh, sorry. Is it better now? Do you understand the Bible as a historical or figurative text?
What do you mean by figurative?
Like, do you believe that some of the stories in the Bibles are parables, or is everything in the Bible?
No, I'm not a I'm not a literalist.
Or are some stories?
It's a mix.
Okay. So would we say that in that situation we have to kind of take context clues to differentiate what the Bible is saying actually happened versus stories and messages it's trying to tell?
Yep, this is called hermeneutics.
Yep. So if a text was telling me how the universe created, would it be illogical of me to believe that that is a
you got too much background noise, my friend?
Would it so if a text was telling me how the universe was created, would it be logical for me to believe that is literal?
There's too much going on and you're losing connection. We got to move on, bro. What is the life of the blood is in the blood. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello, I'm 19 years old.
All right, bro. There is more evidence for Christianity than atheism. Prove me wrong when to taco.
So, if I were to prove you right, would I need to give you a taco?
I mean, yeah, you can send me a taco.
Right. So, well, I don't have a taco. Then, goodbye.
All right. God bless. Not sure what happened there. I don't know how to say your name, but you're literally the only one in the queue. So hello, how are you? Blola's in Chirac. Don't know what that is. All right. Well, God bless. That's it. We got no guests. Guys. Oh, there we go. We got a guest. I was just gonna call it. We lost everybody for the Phil Bros. Okay. Smash the like button, guys. Share the live. Let's get out to the people we need to get out to. Monday will be Muslim Monday. Wednesday will be Wicca Wednesday, and then Friday was supposed to be Fedora Friday, but we ended up with Philbro Friday. So here we are. Here we are. Injin, how are you, bro? Injin. IGNATAGO. It wasn't a slow day. We started off hot and heavy, but my mistake is I got deep in the Philbro conversation, And then I asked Chad, I'm like, Chad, are you into this? And everybody's like, we're into this. And then I just watched. And then we got another Phil bro up, and I just watched. And I just watched. Am I still depressed? No. Definitely. I have moments of depression, but I think that's normal. You'll never catch me alive, Batman. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
My name is Emmanuel.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 37.
All right, bro, there's more evidence for Christianity than atheism. Prove me wrong, when a taco.
The sincere truth is I'm a Trinitarian like yourself.
All right, man, well, appreciate you.
Yeah, and
hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello, what's up? I'm 18 years old.
All right, bro, there's more evidence for Christianity than atheism. Prove me wrong, when a taco.
Yes. So first of all, we are making the following claim that there's evidence for Christianity. Can you present those?
Yeah, so this would be like the philosophical arguments. So this would be like, you know, transcendental argument, the argument for motion, the contingency argument, the I'm forgetting it all of a sudden, fine-tuning argument, the problem of the one and the many, and then we have evidence like for the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ, the historical documents that point to the fact that he had the authority over life and death, and this is what we'd expect to see from an all-loving God.
Okay, perfect. So let me address those points. First of all,
well, okay, but hold on. I address my point. That's my evidence for Christianity. What's your evidence for atheism?
First of all, I'm not an atheist. I just wanted to speak about the evidence of Christianity.
Why does nobody want to do the topic that's ever on hand? So you're Muslim.
No, but it is in topic because
so you're Muslim.
Yes, I'm a Muslim.
Come back on Monday. Appreciate your time.
Why not now, bro?
Because Monday is when I do Muslims. Monday is Muslim Monday. Come back on Muslim Monday. It's Fedora Friday. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm in my 40s.
All right, bro. There's more evidence for Christianity than atheism. Prove me wrong, when a taco.
Okay, so the evidence for atheism is that I am one. That's the only evidence that we need. Atheism isn't. Atheism is the lack of belief in something. Yeah, Christianity.
No, atheism's a positive claim. It's the claim that there is no God or gods. Yeah, that's a claim.
It's not a claim.
Yes, it is. That's a claim.
Can you explain to me how it's a claim?
If you claim something, if you say something is, you make a positive claim. That's a claim.
But atheisms don't do that.
Yeah. Okay. What does the word atheism mean?
It's the lack of belief in a deity.
The lack of a belief in a deity. So are you saying there is no God?
I don't believe there's a God, no.
Okay, so then that's a positive claim. And claim by definition is to state or assert that something is the case.
But
so you're stating there is no God.
It's a denial of a claim that Christians make.
Are you saying there is no God?
I'm denying what Christians are telling me.
Okay, does God exist?
Then you're all making the claim initially. This is where
you can claim, you can say you're agnostic. You can say, hold on, you can say you're agnostic. That's fine. You can say I don't know. That's okay. You can take agnosticism. But if you're saying there is no God, that's a claim.
Right. It's the lack of belief in what you're claiming.
Right. That's a positive claim. I lack the belief in a God. I'm stating there is no God.
I understand.
You can rephrase it any way that you want, but it's still a positive claim.
Right. I understand why you do this to get people up here to have the conversation. Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. But I think it's slightly disingenuous.
I don't care what you think. It's a positive claim.
So he's saying things like, I mean, we'll go really petty and pathetic and saying like, oh, there's no Bigfoot or there's no.
If I make the claim there is no Bigfoot, that's a positive claim.
But you can't prove something under that.
I can give an argument why it's more likely that Bigfoot doesn't exist. So, for example, I could say that any sort of case of Bigfoot existing is self-contained, right? All the evidence is lackluster. As we look through the data and the information, there seems to be nothing pointing to Bigfoot. I could say, hey, Bigfoot's possible, but it seems more probable that Bigfoot does not exist based off the data that's been presented forward.
Well, then the only claim that you can have that Christianity is real is the Bible or the Bibles. if you want to pluralize
Right. So
it.
so you concede that atheism is making a positive claim? Atheists
I
love
don't
to
agree
argue
with
like
that.
agnostics so they can avoid presenting any evidence for their worldview. They want their cake and they want to eat it too.
I think it's disingenuous. I understand. Like I said, I genuinely
I don't
understand.
care. I don't care what you think. It's disingenuous. You got to make an argument for it, my friend. Just saying
Okay,
just saying I think it's disingenuous
then my
doesn't mean
simplest
anything.
argument would be this: the only evidence that you have for Christianity is man-written books.
Okay, how do you learn
Everything-
information?
Sorry?
How do you learn information?
In all sorts of ways.
Do you use books?
That's one source of information, correct?
Were they written by men?
Yes, and women.
Okay, so what's the problem with a man-written book?
No. My point is that the only evidence that you have is that. You can't
Again, what
renounce
is the problem with a man-written book?
in the way that it's written, it's fictional.
That's begging the question. What is the problem in man writing books? Just simply saying it's a man-written book doesn't mean anything, right? My science textbook is a man-written book.
You're very good at twisting things.
I'm not twisting things. You said the only evidence that we have is a man-written book. Okay, so what is the issue with a man-written book?
In the way that it's particularly the way that these books are written, they're written as fiction books.
Okay, so it's in the method that they are written. Okay, so if they're written as fiction books, then why is it no scholar actually says that? Michael Evans came in $5, says atheists are hiding behind the feeble shield of shirking the responsibility or justifying the claim. And then Gabriel came in $4.99, says this is incredibly dishonest. He's basically trying to argue that he is in a position that doesn't have to be defended. He thinks he is irrefutable. So again, if it's a fiction book, why do no scholars, none, you can't find me a single scholar that's going to say it's fiction.
Okay. I think the idea that Mary was a virgin is false. I think the idea
Right,
that
that's begging the question because you don't believe in those things.
I think the idea that Samson lost his strength once he cut his hair is absolutely insane. I think the idea that Moses could turn a staff into a snake.
Bob Blob came in with $6.99, says man written as opposed to who? Is my dog supposed to write it? All right, so you're just begging the question. You're just saying I see things that I don't believe in, so therefore it's false.
We have evidence of things outside for life experience. Yeah, we can taste food, we can see things, we can touch things.
Have you ever seen an atom?
We know apples are real because we can see.
Have you ever seen an atom?
Taste them. Sorry?
Have you ever seen an atom? Or better yet, let's go lower. Have you ever seen a God particle?
No, I haven't, no.
Okay, then they don't exist. Brady came in $4.99, says even agnostics have an epistemic standard and needs justification. TMU Alex O'Connor doesn't understand this.
So you haven't seen God, so God's not real then?
That's your argument. Your argument is that you're using the principle of analogy. Things that you experience or see is what you can compare.
A person is an individual, yes.
So you're using the principle of analogy. So hold on, let me finish. You're using the principle of analogy as things that we have to see and experience is all we can. Let me finish, please. Is what we compare to things to understand if it's true. So you've never experienced an atom. You've never seen an atom. You've never seen a God particle. So you have no basis to say that those things are real and true.
Okay, but have people seen them?
I can only learn that based off what's written in books.
Right, but people have seen them, haven't they?
Based off what's written in a book, but I've never seen it. So you're stating that Samson, hold on. You're stating that, for example, like Samson or Jesus resurrecting, right? You haven't witnessed it, so therefore it's false, but other people have witnessed it. So what is the separating factor here? You've never seen a God particle, but other people have witnessed it. So why do you believe one and not the other?
It's very clever. I'll explain why. Yeah. Okay. Right. So we have nobody that has witnessed the Samson situation at all. Nobody. But we have witnesses to the fact that God particles and atoms have been seen. Multiple and in our current lifetime.
Okay, so again, you're begging the question in your argument. You're saying there's nobody's that witnessed it, right? So let's just shift to one other. Yeah, you're just begging the question. You're saying nobody witnessed it, right? Obviously, I think there's a witness. I think it's the person who documented what happened. So let's shift to Jesus Christ, where we have a multitude of witnesses.
Why are we shifting?
Because instead of arguing about Samson, do you believe Jesus Christ rose from the dead?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, awesome. Well, we have a multitude of witnesses that said he did.
Okay, and they're
so
credible.
we'll focus.
And they're credible witnesses, yeah.
Yes, they seem to be credible witnesses. based
What,
off
what makes them credible?
Yeah, I'm going to explain that. So based off a textual criticism called undesigned coincidences, where we look through the documents and see the things that they get right without being able to intentionally try to get it right. So for example, Bauckham argues that the Gospels get the names of Second Temple Judaism absolutely perfect and correct, and there would be no way or method for them to do so unless they lived during the time period of Second Temple Judaism, walked around at this time period. There were no consensus done of names at this time. You couldn't use Google at this time if you lived out of there, and most of these names were lost after the Jewish War. So they would have had to live during Jesus's time. So this would be like an evidence to show authenticity.
And how have we taken their witness statements?
I'm sorry?
How have we taken their witness statements?
Through the historical method, through recording. So, for example, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John recorded the 21 eyewitnesses' testimonies. Well, not just Matthew, Mark. We also have Paul, James, Peter, things like this.
Right. Okay. So, how many witnesses were there?
21.
There was 21 witnesses.
Well, there's 21 recorded witnesses, but there's a claim of 500 plus. Eric Barlow came in $5, says the 4 Gospels are Greek biographies. The history of Caesar is a Greek bio as well. Does this mean the location in a compendium makes it true or false? I'm not too sure I understand the question, but thank you for the $5. Sorry, go ahead. Keep going.
Okay. So I think if your only argument was that the disciples were credible witnesses, that would be one thing. Yeah.
No, not just disciples. So Paul wasn't a disciple. James wasn't a disciple. They were witnesses.
Are they in the Bible?
They're in the Bible, yeah.
Yeah, as writers.
Yeah, Paul and James are writers in the Bible, yes.
Right. Okay. Sound. So if the individuals that have written it are the people that you want to take as witnesses, that'd be one conversation. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the idea that they are witnesses and they are then saying, and these people witnessed it as well. Yeah, we don't actually have their credible.
Well, we do. Yeah. So for example, if a news station records, like if I read a news article that takes a quote from somebody else, am I taking the news article as a witness or the quote from that person?
Would they be able to evidence that quote?
No, answer the question, please.
No, it's important.
No, answer the question, please.
No, you're not going to back me into a corner. Are they?
I'm not backing you into the corner. What you're asking is an irrelevant question. I'm not saying that what they're claiming is true. That's completely irrelevant to the question. The question is, who is the witness?
No. That's why I asked how these accounts were taken.
It doesn't matter.
It's
completely irrelevant to the question. Who is the witness? The witness could be lying. The witness could be lying and have no evidence for their claim.
But could they have just lied and said these?
Yes, they could. They could have lied. But
where's the evidence to say that they didn't?
They could have lied. It's completely irrelevant. Let's say the witness is a full-on liar. Who is the witness?
It's very relevant.
My God, answer the question, please.
Your argument is that you have all of these witnesses.
I need you to stop talking and pay attention. Okay, I'm going to mute you. I'm going to mute you because you're completely ignoring the actual question.
I'll leave if you go mute.
Okay, see you. God bless. Have a great day.
Kick me out then, dude.
So, the question again doesn't matter if the witness is a liar. The witness could be lying about everything, made everything up. The question still remains: is the person who's recording what the witness says the witness, or is it the witness?
I'm saying that there might not have even been these witnesses. That's the point I'm trying to make.
In the case where someone is quoting someone else,
you've got to have evidence that there's been quoted first.
It's completely irrelevant. Let's say you know for an absolute fact they quoted that person. Who is the witness?
If Donald Trump turned around and says, I've had 500 people come up to me, right? Okay, and they've all told me X, Y, and Z, right? We would.
Eric came in with $5, says, my question is because they are in that Bible and Caesar isn't, does that make them false by category? I still don't understand the question, my friend. And I'm not trying to be rude. I just don't get what you're trying to say. Okay, it's a simple question, right? It doesn't matter if they made it up. Doesn't matter if they made up the witness. None of these things are completely relevant. It's just who is the witness? Is it the person that they're recording, or is it the person in the document? Let's say you have video evidence that they record that the person writing the document was writing from that person. Who is the witness? It's a very simple question. I don't know why I didn't want to answer it. Blind Man Nix came in with $10, says the first account of Christianity is from 1 CE, meaning it's only 2025 years old. The first account of atheism dates to the 5th century BCE, ergo 25,000 years old. Using logic, that's not how it works, right? Just because a belief predates another belief doesn't mean it's true. And also, theism would predate that belief. So yeah, if you want to use that argument, we can use it, but then it's going to crumble. All right. And notice how we doubled our viewership since we changed the topic. People are like, it's just you, bro. No, it's the topic. They don't like Phil bro stuff. Let's bring up another guest. Although I got to shut it down soon, unfortunately. Hello. How are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
15.
All right. God bless, bro. Free the Iraqis. Hello. How are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Nigger.
All right. I got to restart the live. And we're back again. Shady's back. Tell a friend. Ryder, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Oh, hi. I'm 18.
All right, bro. There's more evidence for Christianity than atheism. Prove me wrong. Win a taco.
All right. I'll say I've never really done one of these before, but I've always kind of wanted to. I'll say just before we start, I know more particularly like regarding, I guess, the thought experiment type stuff, like cosmological argument, that kind of thing, than regarding actual historical evidence. I can do either, but just I think I'll have more interesting things to say on that end.
Are you Phil, bro? Are you Phil, bro, though?
Huh?
Are you Phil, bro?
I don't know what that is.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
But yeah, my main thing is just I don't think there's enough evidence for it. I think it makes much more sense. I just think atheism makes more sense. I think there's a lot of claims that Christianity makes, or just theism in general. I think the main one being, if you're just looking at, just not taking history into account, just looking at which is more likely in general, I think it makes a lot more sense that complexity.
Okay, sure. Just real quick, Eric came in with $20, says bio. So you got a lot of feedback happening when I talk on your end. I don't know if you got headphones in or something.
I don't. Would it be easier if I had headphones in?
I don't know. I'll just mute you. I'll read this real quick, and you try to figure that out if you can. Eric came in. Said Boyo is a Greek biography, which is a historical account of someone, i.e., Christ and Julius Caesar. Their argumentation is one is fiction simply because it's in the Bible, while others is taken as history. I agree with that. I wouldn't say it's biography. It's more like sui biography, right? It's a different kind of category. This is what scholars looked at. So like Paul Rhodes, Gregory Boyd talks about this, what the genre is. It doesn't really fully fit the biography standard, although it's more close to biography than fiction. So there are some new aspects to it. So for example, in Matthew, you see a lot of midrash placed into there. So we'd say it's like sui biography, I think is like a better term for it. All right, hold on. Is he back? All right, did you got it fixed?
I don't know. Does it sound better now?
Test 1, 2. I think we're good. And then Perennium came in with $10. Says Caesar isn't in the Bible, and Caesar's life is recorded in biographies similar. Oh wait, I already read this. How did that come in? No, it's similar to the Gospels. Where's the problem with the style books, or what does they contain? I'm not too sure. Yeah. So basically, the problem is in your argumentation is that you're assuming that atheism is the default.
I don't think necessarily. I think if you look at either, just as a belief, I think it makes more sense in general to say that complexity starts by having simpler things. You have, what's it called? I lose my train of thought a lot, so sorry if that happens, but I think complexity, it makes more sense for it to build up over time and to have like these pockets of complex places build up, rather than have a conscious being just suddenly exist and all of this.
Yeah, that's not a theist argument. It's not a conscious being that suddenly exists. Like I believe in. I'm sorry, man. I got to move on. The feedback is very confusing, but I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, my bad.
You're good, man. You're good. Just like it's very like prominent. Where Smith came in with $20 says, if I may, my personal view is that all religions are from the same point in our collective history, from the first hints of faith in sun God to the current interpretations. It's all one line as I see it, from then to now. There's actually no historical evidence to this claim. People do it, and it's usually correlation causation fallacy. We can definitely see that Christian roots do go back to Judaism. The best argument that you can actually say is that the Christian roots actually come from Canaanite religions, again to correlation facts and simple things of like the wiggling and twisting serpent and certain appropriated ideas and cultic competition. But there is no evidence that all religions stem from certain ideas. There are very huge difference in contradictory ideas in these religions. Engine.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you now, bro. I just state your age for
Can you still
the
hear me?
TOS.
Or no?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Okay.
Give me your age for the TOS.
29 years of age.
All right, what's up, bro?
Okay, so we're specifically discussing that there's more evidence for Christianity than atheism or agnosticism, right?
Not
So
agnosticism. Agnosticism
okay.
isn't making a claim, but atheism, yeah.
Okay, so in your premise of God, what would you define your premise of God to be? Would he be like perfect, immoral, moral, everything? Like
There are different
a-
models. There are different models of the Christian God that you can hold to. Obviously, we would say the omni properties, but what those omni properties entail are going to vary depending on the philosophical models you take. So even if you took down, for example, the philosophical model, the classical view of God, then you can take more of an open theistic view, and we'd still have just as much evidence for Christianity.
So okay, so let's just assume the premise of whatever your version of God is. Would you at least accept the premise that he's perfect by default?
Depends on what you mean by perfect.
That means he can't
What do
mess
you
up in
mean by
anything.
perfect?
He can't mess up by anything he does. Like
He does.
if
Yeah,
were
he
to-
doesn't make mistakes.
Okay, so he doesn't make mistakes. So would you say that anything he gives, right? If he gives you like, if he gave Moses the 10 Commandments, right? They were perfect on the moment that he gave them.
No.
So when God gave Moses the 10 Commandments, they weren't perfect the moment that he gave them.
I think the 10 Commandments are natural law. I think those are in itself part of like the intrinsic aspect of morality. But the argument that you gave doesn't entail. Just because God gives something doesn't mean the thing that he gives is perfect.
But then God, if God himself is perfect, right? Just by your definition, right? Just by being omnipotent, right? That means that is he designing something that has to be imperfect?
Yep.
Or is he so just from this rationality, right? Is it possible that Jesus Christ's sacrifice on the cross by default wasn't perfect?
No, I think it could be. It's logically possible, but I don't think it was. I think God in this case did something that was perfect.
But again, there's no. I guess I want to say there's no sort of basis for this, right? Because if you look at the Millennium King Temple, right, that's built in Ezekiel, right, that means that God continues the blood animal sacrifices, even though, according to some Christian view, right, Jesus' sacrifice was perfect. So that means that even in this ideology,
that points at the imperfection of humans, not the imperfection of God's decision.
But then one can even argue that, sure, right? I can grant you the premise that that's human imperfection, right? But then if God gave the moral law, right, all of the laws to Moses, right? I'm not just talking about the 10 Commandments.
The 613 commands aren't moral law, and they weren't meant to be perfect. Jesus makes that very clear when he talks about the law of divorce.
Okay. But I'm specifying that when, okay, so how about this? Let me just rephrase this. If Jesus Christ himself also said something, right, stating it, right, would that considered being perfect? If God says,
no.
What you're saying, God is perfect. So
No.
what Jesus Christ said is not perfect.
No, Jesus can say imperfect things. Yeah, there's no problem with that. Just because a being is perfect does not mean they have to do only things that are perfect. That doesn't logically follow.
Why doesn't that logically follow?
Because you could choose to do things that are imperfect. Like I can make a perfect bicycle. That doesn't mean it's a perfect submarine, right? I can choose to interact with people on their level. Just like I know certain aspects, but if I have a child, I might interact with my child's level so they can understand it in a different way and grow. Even though I know the better way to do it, I might do it their way.
But then you would run into this problem that God, by definition, just isn't perfect. Then
No, that doesn't logically follow. You can be perfect and choose not to operate in perfect ways.
that does not make sense.
Why?
Because if you're a perfect being, right, and are you assuming
Your definition of perfect was can't make mistakes. It's not a mistake if he actively chooses.
Right, but that's not my definition. That's what your definition was.
Well, that was the term we established. Do you have a different definition?
I don't agree with that definition.
Then what's your definition? Because you continued off my definition. So then what is your definition?
That's why I'm trying. Right, I believe that in order for us to define perfect, right, God can't only not make mistakes. He also has to.
That's example. I want a definition. What is your definition of perfect?
Let me finish, please. Right.
No, but give me the definition first. Define your terms? Because you defined the term of that perfection, right? When you asked me and I said, can't make mistakes. And I said, yeah, we can define those terms. And then you continued off that basis. And then when I challenge you on that, you say, well, that's not my definition of perfection. Okay, fine. Then define your terms. What is perfection?
Something that has to hold within a logical boundary, like within the basis of logic. Does that make sense?
No.
Okay. So I would say a propositional view of I'm trying to phrase this a bit because I don't want it to be nuanced, right? So I'm guessing one of the ways I can phrase it is within the bounds of logic, there can't be a single error within it. Which is completely different.
Well, yeah, I agree. Perfection cannot make mistakes. Yeah, we already established that.
That's different though, because you're saying that God can make mistakes if he selectively
No, I didn't.
does it.
That's not a mistake. If you choose to do something, it's not a mistake. A mistake is when you choose to do something and it doesn't go in the way you desired.
But then if God created the perfect sacrifice for Jesus Christ, right? So then what? Then I'm trying to circle back to this strange point, because if God Himself made the perfect sacrifice, right? Then by your view, right? Because you're saying, well, maybe, sorry, I didn't take notes this time. But let's circle. Okay, sorry, not this point. The one where you said that Jesus can make mistakes, or Jesus's words.
No, I never said that he make mistakes. You're saying that he could choose to do something that's imperfect is a mistake.
I didn't say that.
But that's what you're stating. I'm not saying he can make. I never once said he can make a mistake.
So God cannot make a mistake, but He can choose to make mistakes.
You can't choose to make a mistake. You can't. By definition, you cannot choose to make a mistake. That's a paradox.
Right. That's what I'm saying. God Himself gave. So if God Himself gave Moses the law, right? But that's not perfect. Is He giving it imperfectly, or is it that something is not?
Well, yes, God can give something that is imperfect to people. Yes, He can do that. For example, the earth is imperfect. God created it. Humans aren't perfect. God created it. Everything that God created is imperfect, yet He created it.
But I don't think
literally everything that exists is imperfect, yet God made it.
I don't think I agree with that. Right.
But if we're taking your logic, everything that would have to exist would have to be perfect.
But that's why I'm asking you, right? Because you also stated that He doesn't make mistakes, right? So if He gave the moral law, right, and you're saying that the moral law isn't mistakes, then I think the problem is that. But if you said that the moral law is imperfect, right, then I don't see how God Himself can give something that's imperfect from a perfect being. If He made us, right, in His image.
Is the earth,
right,
did God create the earth?
Yes.
Is the earth perfect?
In what circumstance are we talking about?
Could the earth potentially be better?
Yes, but
okay, so then it's not perfect.
Hold on.
So Perennium came in with 2 bucks, says imperfections are not mistakes.
Okay, I'm not gonna fall for this trap.
It's not a trap.
At the moment, okay, hold on. I know this trick. I've seen the way that people debate this. The way that when God created the world, right, He said that it was good.
Right? Not perfect.
But That right. So that means that there's now a problem with God himself. Then is what the issue
No.
is, because then the issue, right, by definition, is that it has to be. If God is perfect, then why couldn't he just make it perfect? Right.
He could
Better
have.
yet. Right, but better yet, right? There is. I think there's something where it's off, right? If at some point it probably was perfect.
Depending on
Because
how
if
you're
God-
defining perfect.
Oh, I'm failing to see. I'm failing to understand how, like, you're.
Well,
I guess you're
for
also a-
example, if I have a bicycle and it's a perfect bicycle and I take it to go submarine diving and I can't do it to submarine diving, is it a perfect bicycle?
It's perfect. It's a perfect bicycle because it's not. It's a perfect bicycle, but you're using it for submarine diving, so it's not a perfect submarine.
Right. So it depends on how you define
you're-
perfection.
right,
So
right,
if we have humanity that's created in the Garden of Eden, God said it was good and it was made in a perfect state, but then humans in their free will chose to rebel against that and move outside of that. Well, they're operating within their nature, so they're operating within their perfect state, so to speak. And then they basically went from creatures that were riding bicycles to trying to take a bicycle to go submarine diving.
Right, but that's so that's us doing it, but not God himself.
Yes,
But
God
if
doesn't make mistakes.
Right. Okay, so let's agree on that then. So if he gave the moral law, right, and I'm trying to find
The Mosaic Law is not a moral law.
Okay, so what is okay? So if whatever. Okay, the
Gabriel
laws he
came in
gave
with the $1.99, says you cannot talk about perfection without purpose. Agree with that.
So so if he gave the law to Moses, the Ten Commandments, we'll just use that as the basis, right? And then Jesus was saying that all failed the Mosaic law, right? And then
Jesus
he
literally
came-
said the law wasn't perfect.
Can you find that verse for me?
Yeah, he says that we allowed for the Moses allowed for the hardness of your hearts. Moses allowed for divorce because of the hardness of your hearts. And it's in the Gospel of Matthew.
That's wrong. It's actually in Hebrews 7:19. For the law made nothing perfect,
No,
but the bringing of a
that's
better.
that's not the verse I'm quoting.
Matthew 19.
Maybe I don't remember the exact verse. It's in Matthew. That's all I know.
Right, but even in Pauline, okay, so even in Pauline doctrine, right? So if God cannot give a perfect law, right?
I didn't say he can't do it.
Okay, so if God's not giving a perfect law in this scenario, let me rephrase that.
Okay.
If God's not giving a perfect law in this scenario, right? But then why? Then here's the problem that I guess you will have to face, right? If Jesus Christ kept that law perfectly, right? Then and in theory, right? But we're right now the claim is that the sacrifice isn't perfect, right? Then what?
I don't think the sacrifice isn't. I think the sacrifice is perfect.
But you just said
I didn't say it wasn't. I said it's logically possible.
That the sacrifice is imperfect.
It's logically possible that God could have given an imperfect sacrifice. That doesn't mean he did.
But then I'm sorry. I'm not drawing this conclusion that you're saying. You're saying that God himself.
Okay, God gave cows as a sacrifice, right? Were they perfect?
Right. In terms of the law, no.
Right. So God gave imperfect sacrifices. He also gave a perfect sacrifice. So he can do both. It's logically possible to do both.
I see. Okay. So if he can, okay, I see. So let me ask you a question, right? What is the final authority holding between God and man?
The final authority, the final interceder is Jesus.
Not the interceder,
There is no authority between God and man. God is the authority.
No. So
Cranderim came in with $9.99, stumbled onto the stream at work just now. Just subbed, throwing in my 2 cents real quick. Perfection is subjective. Not much of a point in arguing about perfection. I can get what you're saying, but I think there is an objective state of perfection. I think that's God's nature, but I get what you're saying, and thank you so much.
So the problem is if God's not willing to give, so if God himself cannot give something perfect, right? Or
He can. Yeah.
Okay, let me rephrase that. Sorry, it is 4 a.m. in Korea. That's why my brain's not working. Your
Fair.
streams are terrible for my time. So if God himself can give something perfect and give something imperfect, is it possible within your realm of logic, right? God himself, by giving all these imperfect Bibles, right? And we understand God is not the author of confusion. Is it possible that because
So
of
God,
my confusion,
you're taking that verse out of
hold on,
context.
let me
But no,
let
you're
me
taking that
finish
verse
my
out of context first. You can't use it. God is not the author of confusion as part of your argument when you're taking it out of context. When that was specifically used, Paul was addressing people who were speaking in tongues, and no one was interpreting the tongues. That's what he meant by it.
So the problem, right, is that and that's what I'm so if you're gonna say that, right, then how can you determine that which verses are selectively in context and which ones aren't selectively out of context, right?
By reading the verses around it.
Right, okay. So and if I'm just saying, right, so and if I'm just saying, like, well, so let me ask you, because
So just real quick, Adrian came in 499 Psalm 19:7. The law of the Lord is perfect, converting the law. Just reading the super chats, bro. The law of the Lord is perfect, converting the soul. Again, this is a psalm. And Gabriel came in $5, says, let me rephrase, you can't determine the perfection of something without first knowing its purpose. Perfection, it needs to have context. Amen.
So if you but that person just stated the psalm that the law that God gave was perfect. Okay.
Yeah, it's a
There's
psalm.
another one.
Eric came in with $5, says the Mosaic law is more akin to a suzerain treaty between King Yahweh and vassal Israel. It's not perfection. Amen, Eric. Good, well put.
But then the problem is that if God's writing isn't perfect, right? Now here's the thing, right? You're just saying the laws aren't perfect, but the laws are part of God's writings.
So
right? When you say, well,
everything that God created is imperfect, yet he created it. We've gone full circle here, man.
Okay. But then would you say that in each of these Bibles, right? If God is just the author of truth, not of perfection, specifically
God didn't author the Bible.
Hold on.
God didn't author the Bible.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, it's 4 a.m. in Korea. Let me rephrase this. If God himself, right, is the omnipotent perfect being, right, in one way or another, right? I just want you to keep this thinking at the back of your mind, right? If it is possible, is it possible that somewhere within this world there is a perfect Bible out there where there is no logic? Come on, let me finish my thought,
it's logically possible, man, but like, so what?
But then if all these imperfections, right, we're stating that there's a perfect God, but yet every single thing within this world, except for your subjective claim of a possible, well, maybe perfect sacrifice, imperfect sacrifice within within left and right, like, because it feels like I'm just getting back and forth between the struggle of like, I'm not understanding like this perfect or imperfect problem with God. Where God
I don't think it's a
perfect, but yet-
problem. I think you're making it a problem.
Hold on. There are certain things. Okay. But I'm just trying to, because it only takes one thing, right, for we to know that God, and it only takes one tiny thing, right, for the entire arguments to crumble. You can add semantics on top of semantics, right? But then at the end of a core day, right, the thing that I want you to end up with is, if it is impossible, if it is possible within this realm of possibilities for a perfect Bible, right, then where is it? But if it's not possible,
Just because it's possible doesn't mean it exists. That's not how it works.
but through whatever means, right, that's the problem. Through whatever means that God can do, right? Because if God can only speak to a very limited space of people, right, the problem that eventually all of us will have to face between us and God, right, is that if there is no perfect Bible, then all of whatever we believe in is just our version of all semantics of all versions of the Bible, right? Because it's just inconsistencies all over the place. I remember when I asked you and your buddy over there, what must I do to be saved? And then he pulled up James 2:17, right? But then I had to do a bit more research on it. I looked up, and it's like, my brethren. But the entire chapter of James 2 is talking about brethren. So the question still circles back to, I don't know
Become a
what I must
brethren.
do to be saved.
Become a brethren.
I don't know what I must do to do that.
Confess
don't
that
know what-
Jesus is Lord, believe in your heart that he rose from the dead, and be baptized for the forgiveness of sins. Hallelujah. Amen. Let's do it. Ready? Fly up to Canada. I'll baptize you.
I don't live in Canada. I live in South
I
Korea.
said fly to Canada. Blind man Nix came in with $10. Says, I can say a random Bible verse too. Then Judas said to Ona, sleep with your brother and wife and fulfill your duty to her as your brother-in-law. Raise up your offspring for your brother. Fair. All right, man. Anything else?
All right. But then I don't think we got anywhere on this problem because
We did. You just didn't listen.
No, I did listen, but I don't find that it's logical that a perfect God cannot give a perfect Bible or create.
Then give me the contradiction.
It's that because of all these Bible translations that are out there, right? All of these are teaching.
Bro, a translation is a translation. It doesn't even. It still doesn't matter.
So why doesn't it matter? If I told you Anyong said,
because if you're hold on, here's the problem with your logic, and I'll state it again, is that if God has to provide a perfect Bible, then by that, because he is perfect, by definition, everything that God ever creates has to be perfect. Everything. Which means we have to be perfect. The earth has to be perfect. The sun and the moon have to be perfect. Everything has to be perfect. No flaws, no nothing, which would ruin the whole aspect of being like beings that achieve and overcome and build upon things in sanctification.
I don't think I agree with that.
All
I
right.
think that
So why is it that God has to make a perfect Bible, but doesn't have to make a perfect creation?
because the Bible is okay, I'm not going to use the term Bible because there's over 250 of them. Because Scripture itself is over God, right? According to whichever version.
You're stating he has to do it. You're not. It sounds like you just have a preference and you don't like what he did. Sounds like you would rather he just made a perfect Bible and he didn't do it, and now you're upset about it.
I don't think I'm upset about it.
I think you're a little upset about it.
Nah.
Yeah.
I think you're just pulling an ad hominem here, brother.
No, that's not an ad hominem. I'm tired of people using ad hominems improperly. If I said to you, your argument is poor because you're upset about it, that would be an ad hominem.
Yeah, but you said I'm upset about it. I'm
Yeah.
not upset about it. If it is there, all people have to do is just show me that there's non-contradictions within these translations, within all these texts that you're giving me. That's all you have to do.
Yeah, but I don't believe it's perfect. Krandamaram, I don't know how to say your name, says, perhaps God is perfectly imperfect. Can he create a boulder that he cannot lift? So God can't do it because it's a logical fallacy. It has nothing to do with perfection. Perenum came in with $2, says, how much to buy the Ignatius Study Bible? Well, send me however much the Ignatius Study Bible is, and I'll buy it. All right, man, I gotta jump on the next person because we're going full circle here.
All right,
I appreciate you though.
All right,
God bless.
Bye-bye.
I like Injun though. He's a good guy. The Kabbalah. I challenge you to Kabbalah. Kabbalah. All right. Don't think this person's going to connect. Hello. How are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
21.
All right, bro. There's more evidence for Christianity than atheism. Prove me wrong. When to talk up.
Yeah. So there's plenty of. Do you believe in evolution?
Yes. Oh, so you're a little muffled. I don't know if you got headphones on or something. I mean, we can work with it.
Oh, I actually do, but.
Do you mind trying without the headphones?
I'm kind of. 1 second. Well, I'm kind of with my family, but
I mean,
can go to my basement.
We can work with it. Go ahead.
Yeah. So do you believe in the Old Testament to be as important as the New one?
As important? No. I believe it's important, but I think the New Testament is the crux of my faith.
Okay. So you're saying that presumably you believe that the story of Adam and Eve is just a metaphor.
Not a metaphor, no, hyperbolic, a bit different. So I think there's poetry in there, and I think it's using poetry to talk about a true story that happened. I don't think it's written like an historical document or like a contract where it's fleshing out everything into the detail of how thousands of years of creation went down.
Okay. So when it says created in 8 days, it's not actually
7 days.
7, right? It's not actually 7 days. It's just metaphorically.
No, the 7 days is like a representation of like Israel and their interaction with God. And for 6 days they worked, and on the seventh they rested. 6 days God worked. On the seventh day He rested. So it's talking about the communication between God and creation. And 7 is a representation of the of perfection in like Hebrew numerology.
But it clearly states the process of which God created the world in terms of steps in 7 days.
Yeah,
So,
day one correlates with day 4, day 2, 5, day 3, 6, and then 7th on the rested. So, for example, day 1 He creates the lights. Day 4 He creates the things that carry the lights. Day 2 He creates the land. Day 5 He creates the things that live on the land. Day 3 He creates the water. Day 6 He creates the things that live in the water. This is Hebrew poetry.
yeah, because I'm a Hebrew, but I would personally take it more of literal sense, as in 7 days. So,
Well, yeah, you got to take it that way to try to debunk it.
right.
Yeah.
So, I guess
I'm
moving on to the
taking
next
I'm
thing.
taking an ancient idea and expanding on it. This is not like a new idea. This was argued amongst certain church fathers. I think it was Ignatius, was it, who argued this? One of the, or Augustine, I think he argued it. Our Prenum came in with $50. Says, here's the first part. Always remember Muhammad is prophesied in the Bible, specifically Matthew 7:15. Atheism was whack and New Age spirituality is nonsense. Amen. Thank you, Perenum. Thank you for the $50. Very generous of you.
Yeah. Yeah, I would just bring up the biggest problem I have with Christianity, and that's the problem of hell.
Yeah.
So,
You know what? We can grant it. This would still kind of not refute my original contention here, is that there's more evidence for Christianity, because you're just kind of asserting that, Christianity false, atheism true. Why is atheism the default?
well, because if you would create a new civilization, let's say on Mars, and not interact with them in any way, they wouldn't suddenly make up a religion called Christianity.
You don't know that.
They would all be atheists.
You don't know that, because
But
the actual evidence that we have is that if we start a new creation, a new species on a planet, they would get Christianity, because that is the case study that we have, is that humanity came on Earth, and eventually at one point it was a new species and it derived Christianity. So you're actually begging the question to say if we did that on Mars, we would get atheism. Well, we have no evidence that says that, and the evidence that we do have is to the contrary. Prenum came with $10, says shipping is on you, Big John. Oh, you're
okay,
you bought the Ignatius Study Bible for me. Okay. All right, man. I appreciate it. I will get that.
yeah, you can't bring proof from us. That's like a one-time. Science goes to you have to test your theory a bunch of times. Saying that since we happen to believe in Christianity, doesn't mean it's going to happen again.
I agree. I'm just stating, I agree with you. That doesn't mean it's going to happen again, 100%. But you're stating they will become atheists. We have no evidence. We have more evidence that they'll
be atheist until someone comes up and says,
right.
Okay,
but we don't have any evidence of that. You're just making the statement that that's the fact, that's the default.
Well, it's a hypothetical that can happen.
Right, but the evidence actually shows that you're more likely to believe in some sort of deity than atheism, considering the vast majority of history in the world we've been theists. Whether it's Christian or not, we've been some sort of theist. So you're assuming that they would just fall into atheism, or that would be the default. I have no reason to believe that, considering the evidence is to the contrary. Still can't say your name, but thank you for 499. Humanity derived from thousands of religions, not just Christianity.
Yeah, that could. Like, are you all-knowing?
No.
So how do you know that Christianity is true with certainty? You could be wrong, no?
Through the evidence. What does all-knowing have to do that? That's like saying, are you all-knowing? Well, how do you know 2 + 2 is 4?
Yeah, good point. But I'm just bringing it up to say that people say we can't understand God in any way, but you can because you don't have to be all-knowing to grasp reality to an extent.
I never said you can't understand God in any way.
I'm saying, in terms of God, it says God is all. He's what's the word for it?
Buggy
He's
said, "What I debate Planet Peterson. I already have videos in my bio or in my YouTube. Still can't say your name. Says thank you for the donation. Oh no, that's you just sending another donation. Appreciate it. Sorry, go ahead, bro.
yeah. One of the I guess characteristics of God is that he's judgmental, right?
That he's judgmental.
Yeah, he judges.
He's a judgy guy, sure.
Yeah, would you say God is fair in terms of his, uh, in terms of giving people what they deserve?
No, I wouldn't say that because obviously there's certain things that fall upon certain people that they don't deserve. But I think God is just, which means at the end of the day, He will implement a fair aspect in which like everything will be justified and defeated. So like maybe you'll have some things that fall upon your life that are unfair, unjust to you, but God will defeat those injustices at the end, which makes God fair, but not necessarily follows that everything falls upon you as fair.
Okay. Do you think eternity in hell is sensible in
Yes.
terms of but how could a finite, sin deserve infinite hell?
People believe
I
that
don't
all
see
the
that as
people.
fair.
People believe that we should have permanent punishments for finite crimes all the time. That's like the death penalty, for example. People do a finite crime and they'll get a permanent punishment, which is like execution.
Yeah, but execution is eternity in hell is way worse.
I beg to differ.
You know?
I'd rather have eternity in hell than cease to exist. Engine came in with 20
Wow.
bucks. At that point, it would just be picking verses where God is perfect but doesn't need to do perfect things, but we get scores of verses of God saying what He does is perfect, James 1:17. But I'm cherry picking and upset. I mean, you think you took it too personal, bro. Aviator came in $2, says God is not fair. He gives us unmerited grace. Amen. True to that.
Yeah. Wow. I can't believe you said that.
So what?
You would rather have eternity in hell than cease to exist.
Yeah. Why? I don't think I'm alone in this. Chat, am I alone in this? Is there anybody else that would rather go to hell than cease to exist? No. Well, hold on. I kind of let me rephrase it so we don't get mixed because I asked two questions that both have no and yes. So, would you rather go to hell than cease to exist? Yes, if you would. I got one yes. One person says no hell. Another person says no. Ceasing to exist is mercy. Another person says tough one. Got a yes. Yeah. Not alone in it. I don't think I have the popular view. One time I asked that question. I had the popular view. Yeah, you guys betrayed me.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess here's the thing. I'm going to hell, So
you don't know that. How do you know that?
Then. In terms of what I'm doing now, not accepting Jesus and everything.
Damn, are those the only two options? No, you go to heaven too. All right, man. Was there anything else?
So just you do believe in evolution?
Yes.
It's great, awesome.
Although I'm starting to change my mind because I've been asking people. I've been trying to look at the information. I don't know if it's actually that much information. I don't really know if it's as convincing as people point out. So I might change my mind on evolution here soon. We don't know, but as of this current point, yes, I do believe in evolution.
Yeah, I think you should really dig in because I didn't
give me your best argument for evolution.
So there, first of all, there are fossils that link between, say, ape and human. Not really ape, but Homo sapien and human.
Yeah, how do you know they link?
It's like, we could tell in terms of progress. So,
But how do you know they link? How do you know they're just not similar?
they are, each one's similar to the other, but when you take a look at all,
But how do you
see
know they
that
link? So for example, I share DNA with a banana. It's like a 94% similarity or something. I wouldn't say I derived from bananas.
Right. Yeah, but
The entire universe is made up of the four same molecules. So again, we see similarity. Sure, yeah. That doesn't mean we derive from the same thing.
Right. It's, well, not correct, but small differences in mutation can actually have big occurrences. So
yeah, that's the evolutionary model. I'm asking what the evidence is for the evolutionary model. And again, I believe in evolution. I'm just saying I don't think the evidence is as strong as people think it is.
So there have been reports of, the tailbone, right? All humans have tailbones.
Yeah.
And the reason for it is because our ancestors had,
right.
were
that's the
beings.
that's the assumption.
Right.
What's the evidence for that?
So the evidence is that there have been reports of infants, babies being born with tails.
Sure. William C. Does 511 support abortion and why? It doesn't support abortion. The scholarly consensus is it's a fertility curse. Only a few translations do that as abortions. I've made a few videos on it if you want to check it out. Yeah, so nobody really denies like microevolutions or mutations happen. But again, we're talking about the macro. And I know there's no difference between micro and macro, but we're talking about like changing of kinds over time. Yeah.
Yeah. So it said the reason that people need their wisdom teeth removed is because our ancestors have bigger, that's
again,
micro.
that's just the micro. Yeah, I'm just.
But I gave you an example before of macro, which infants being born with tails. So everything in the past is recorded in our DNA. So
okay, well, I have eyes. Fish have eyes. Does that mean it came from fish?
Well, I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, I'm just saying, what I'm saying is like a lot of it drives just from correlation. Is we see similarities and therefore we think it's the same thing. And so it's like we share DNA with Neanderthal, and we could say that for certainty. But I also share DNA with a banana. We can also say that for certainty. So I don't understand how we're getting this big leap that I don't know how we get this big leap of like abiogenesis, for example. I'm worse than Jordan Peterson. Yes. Gabriel came in $2 says, how do you know the similarities are linked?
I mean, if you're a smart guy, you could connect the pieces. You could see that, in terms, like, you see a stick that grows and grows and grows, and you take pictures of it, right? And then you show it to someone, and you say, is this the same stick? Smart guy would come and say, hey, it looks the same. It's slowly changing. So, yes, I would say it's the same stick.
Right. So I'm just saying it's a correlation. You're just seeing correlations and making assumptions. Again, I believe in evolution. I think that's a really good explanation for a lot of changes and things like that. But I'm just saying people scoff at Christians. This is like something that's annoyed me. People scoff at Christians for believing in the Bible because it's not enough evidence. And then they don't believe in evolution. But then when I ask people about what the evidence for evolution is well, we could see monkeys are bipedal and we're bipedal, so therefore we came from the same ancestors. Oh, what? Like that's what I'm trying to say is that I don't think the argument for evolution, or at least individual people's like argument for evolution, is very strong. Maybe if I spoke to like a biologist who really studies this thing, they're really going to get into the weeds and really convince me. Again, I'm open to that, but most people don't make really great arguments for evolution, and they don't understand why they believe it.
Okay, fair point. What would you say is a good argument towards the Bible?
Yeah, I'd say something we call the historic reportage model. When we're looking at the documents, are they accurately conveying proper history? I think through things like undesigned coincidences, small things that they get right, shows that they are accurately trying to convey history. And then what is the information they're trying to convey, and is that true information? I think when you start to go through this information, textual criticism, the best explanation that explains all the data is the fact that Jesus Christ died and actually resurrected on Easter morning. I do not think there is a naturalistic explanation that explains all the data to go through. So I think this is the best hypothesis presented to bring forward.
Yeah, that was all fast.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to sum up, like, if I'm to give you all the information, like, hold on, let's see if I can pull this up.
No, I just want like one thing that we can talk about.
But like, because you say, what's the evidence? Okay. Well, for her to go through all the evidence, like, this is just my notes on like undesigned coincidences. So like one category of John, and in that category of John, all the information there of the undesigned coincidence. And so, remind me later. So yeah, if we're to go through all these things, we're going to be here for hours, and that's just the undesigned coincidence. So like, when I say there's a lot of information, hold on. William said, is the shrouded turn scientific evidence for the resurrection? I think it's good evidence. I don't know. I have to look more into it, but I can't say positive or negative. So this is just the undesigned coincidences. Then we also have what they're reporting, the geography, all these types of things. We'd be here for hours. There's beyond hours upon hours of evidence for Christianity. A good example of this is Bart Ehrman had a debate with Mike Licona going through all the evidence for Christianity that lasted over 8 hours. What site is that? It's my own notes. I made it myself.
Yeah, I heard Jordan Peterson bring up the argument of cross references, that since there are so many, that's somehow evidence. But if you look at any other book like Harry Potter, there's a lot of cross references. So
Not as much as the Bible. Like
there's a lot.
Yeah,
Like,
there's a lot,
especially in books where
but hold on. You missed. Like, I don't agree that his argument. That I don't think the hyperlink argument is a good argument, but at least represent it properly, because we're talking about a book that took over 1,500 years to write, from 40 plus different authors who all didn't know each other, all from different parts of the world, all from different cultures and different standards. Some were kings, some were peasants, and they all ended up with like 60,000 hyperlinks between them. Like, that's really difficult to do. That's all I'm saying. But I'm not saying that's an evidence. I agree with you.
Okay. Okay, so, all right, what would you say, like, in terms of, let's say, you looking at it, like, what's like your biggest catch, and say that's like strong proof?
Say that again. What's your question?
Yeah, if you had to pick like one, what would you say is like the strongest?
I don't think there is a singular strongest piece of evidence. I think it's a collective, and I think that's how we do things in history. So we look at the collective bits of data. I'd say the simple fact that we can pinpoint that the authors were people who lived in Second Temple Judaism, who would have known Jesus and are trying to record accurate information, as a strong piece of evidence that Jesus Christ resurrected. And then we point at the fact that the outcomes of what happened around them from extra biblical sources is what you'd expect to see is if he resurrected. So like there's more documentation about Jesus than really like anybody.
Yeah. Yeah, the problem I run into is that I can't disprove the Bible simply from the Bible, because
Sure you can.
I
Well,
don't
I don't
there's
think you
enough.
can do it. I think you logically could do it.
Or in terms of historical records, but because they happened, you can't go back and say and investigate. And keep in mind there were only 10 witnesses, so
21.
21.
21 witnesses.
Yeah. And there have been other religions that had witnesses of other people doing, other things,
Sure, what?
like the Buddha, or,
What did they witness Buddha do? Who wrote it down?
I don't know if they wrote it down, but
Well, that's what I'm saying. Everybody always says other religions do the same thing. I think that's just something people assume. I have never seen any evidence for that.
there's been stories of in the Jewish culture of rabbis doing miracles, of people
Yeah.
witnessing them.
Yeah, we're extension of Judaism. I would agree that could happen.
Well, I would say Jews have a very not very positive light towards Christianity.
I know.
So,
and you know what's funny though? Even towards their non-positive light towards Christianity, they still admitted that Jesus performed miracles.
okay. Well, they say it's more of a witchcraft.
They said he did sorcery.
Right. So that's not a compliment, for sure.
It's not a compliment, but again, it's what you would expect to see if Jesus actually performed miracles. As people saying that he performed miracles.
Yeah. Okay, man. It's been good talking.
All right, man. God bless. Have a great day.
Yeah.
What time we got here? Is it 4:30 already? No way. I think I gotta go. Could do like one more maybe. Look at those pit stains. Holy. Look at that. That's awful. I don't even feel like I was sweating that much. Must be warm in here. All right, we got quite a few people in the YouTube queue. Lucian, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hi, can you hear me well?
I can hear you. How old are you?
Sweet, I'm 21.
All right, bro, there's more evidence for Christianity than atheism. Prove me wrong. When to taco.
Okay. Well, first, can we ask how we're defining atheism here? Like, what claim is atheism making?
That there is no God.
Is that what most atheists use nowadays?
Yeah, so agnosticism would be the belief that I do not know. All right, agnostic atheist would be like I do not know, but it seems to be the fact that there is no God. Atheism would be the state that there is no God.
Okay. Let me preface by saying, like, if I like stutter or I sound anxious, it's because it's like the first time I've ever done this, like in my entire life. So it's just
I understand.
Nerve-wracking experience.
I get it. I've been there. I 100% get it.
So, okay, if I say, do you believe in unicorns? And you say no, are you necessarily saying that unicorns don't exist?
Yeah. If I say there is no
Really?
unicorn, yeah.
Okay, then I guess fundamentally we just have two different perspectives. I wouldn't say that if you don't believe in Bigfoot, then you're saying Bigfoot doesn't exist. I mean, I would take that as saying personally you're not convinced or you're unconvinced of the evidence.
Well, I can simply say this: does Bigfoot exist?
I don't think Bigfoot exists.
Okay, so then you're saying Bigfoot does exist. You could say
No,
you
I'm
could
not-
be
I'm
wrong
not
about
making
it.
a positive claim. I'm just saying I don't think he exists. Right?
Yeah, that's a positive claim. You're just opening the claim to the fact that you could be wrong. Cran, I still can't say your name. I'm just gonna call you Cran. Came 499. Can you not be agnostic atheist? Yeah, you can be agnostic atheist. Where you say like I don't know, but it seems to me that God doesn't exist.
Okay, then I guess I'll just say that I'm not convinced by the evidence that Christians put forth that God exists.
Okay,
I'm not making a positive claim.
Cool. Then why is atheism the default? Jason came in with $20. Says, I really appreciate the Peterson breakdown with the Dream Team. The only debate platform worse than Jubilee is a YouTube comment section. You're not wrong. Yeah. So why is atheism the default?
Like, why is like a lack of belief in something the default?
Well, you say I don't believe in Christianity. Why is atheism the default?
I wouldn't say it's a default, like I would say, like for me at least, my dad was a Christian. He tried to take us to church on Sundays, but I wasn't convinced, and I eventually moved to the position that, like, I'm just not convinced by the evidence that Christians put forth that God
Okay.
exists. I'd
Sure,
need more
yeah.
convincing evidence.
Then why is atheism the default? Why is it that because Christian not true, atheism is?
Why is Christianity not true that atheism is?
Yeah.
I'm not. Okay, I see what you're doing. I'm not saying that atheism is somehow true. And if you're saying that atheism is God doesn't exist, that's not what I'm saying, right?
Well, that is what atheist means, right? The lack of a belief in a God or gods.
Yeah, it's a lack of belief, right?
Right. So you're making the claim that there is no God.
No, we're saying that we're not convinced. There's a lack of belief.
That's agnosticism.
Okay. I think we're fundamentally we're just on different
So
points.
just the definition of atheism: disbelief or lack of belief in the existence of God or gods.
Yeah, atheism, disbelief in the existence of God or gods.
Disbelief,
Non-belief, non-theism.
disbelief or lack of belief in the existence of a gods or God. So you're making the claim that God does not exist because you do not believe he exists.
Yeah, because I wasn't convinced.
Right. So why is atheism the default? That there is no God.
I'm not saying it's the default. I'm just saying that it's a position that I'm at because I'm not convinced.
Okay. Well, I'm not convinced that there is no God.
Okay. I would say that's a different statement than saying I believe God exists.
Well, I'm just saying I can flip it around. I can just say it's not that I believe God exists. It's that I have not been convinced that he does not.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, because I don't understand. I don't know if atheists still do this today. You were saying you wanted to look for like Fedora atheists or whatever, like Reddit atheists.
Well, it's,
whatever,
kind of
right?
it's saying that tongue in cheek. Brady came in 499 said, such a dumb argument. Even if atheism is default, why ought we take it as truth? Sorry, go ahead. I'm just reading the super chats.
Oh, no worries. No, you're good. Yeah, no, I just want to stay away from like specific framings that you want to avoid. Like, what was it? The Phil Bro stuff. Is there anything else that you would avoid?
I just want to go Phil Bro conversation. Oh, the ontology of the metaphysical aspects of the numerology of quantum physics. Yeah, I just don't want to do that right now.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I mean, I guess I would say Christians make the positive claim that God exists, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I would say that I'm probably not going to convince you that God doesn't exist in one stream. I would say to take a more charitable interpretation, it typically takes a long time and really getting to know someone to, I guess, have any impact on their beliefs. So I have no expectation of changing your beliefs.
What is your argument? What is your argument for atheism?
Well, I've said before that we fundamentally disagree on what atheism is claiming. I'm saying atheism doesn't make a positive claim. You're saying atheism does. We're just going to butt heads on that.
Anything that's a positive claim is when you argue something in the positive. If you say there is no God, that's a positive claim.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm unconvinced.
Okay,
by the evidence that Christians put forth.
Okay, is there a God?
I don't know.
Okay, that's agnosticism.
I'm not convinced by the. Is that what agnosticism says?
Yes.
Do they say I don't know or I can't know?
Agnosticism is a person who believes that nothing is known or can be known of the existence of the nature of God or anything beyond materialism, phenomena, a person who claims neither faith nor disbelief in God. PR came in with 10, I don't know what that is. Even Richard Dawkins claimed that only 99.5% to be sure there is no God, since non-existence of anything can't be proven. That's why atheism is the default in every religion. It must make its case. Richard Dawkins can eat a toe.
Wait, what did that guy say? That religions need to make their case, that they need to prove that what they're saying is true?
Says, even Richard Dawkins claimed only that 99.5% to be sure there is no God, since non-existence of anything can't be proven. That's why atheism is the default, and every religion must make its case.
I think I would generally agree with that, but the problem here is we're still butting heads on the atheism as making a positive claim, right?
Yeah, if you say there is no thing, that's a positive claim. If you say there is no thing, that's a positive claim. Like if I said Donald Trump is not the president of the United States, right? That would be a positive claim.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
I'd have to back that up.
Yeah, but then I would say it's different from saying I don't believe Donald Trump is the president of the United States.
Yeah, I think you'd have to back that up too. Because first thing I say, like, honestly, man, like, try it. Go walk onto the street and say, I do not believe Donald Trump is the president of the United States, and see how that conversation goes.
Oh yeah, that could easily be disproven. I could just look it up on Google, right? That'd be the evidence that someone would bring forth.
But I'm just saying, they're going to tell you, why do you not believe that Donald Trump's the president of the United States? Like, that's the first thing someone's going to say to you.
I mean, and then I guess I don't know what they would say. It's a it's a hypothetical. I don't know if that person just doesn't use Google or they don't use the internet. I don't know.
Right. So when I'm using just defining terms, when I'm using the word atheism here, is the claim that there is no God.
Okay. Then I guess I would ask you in turn, what evidence do you have for there being a God or being him, God?
Right. So again, why is atheism in this term the default though? Which is the original claim.
Because the burden of proof is on Christians to prove that there is a God, right?
But if you make the person making a positive claim has a burden of proof. So if I say yes, there is a God, then I'd have to say that, hey, yeah, I have the burden of proof and I have evidence. But I'm willing to get into that. I do want to get into that. But again, why is atheism, that there is no God, is the default?
I don't think atheism says that God doesn't exist. I don't know any rational person who actually thinks about this and says, I can prove God doesn't exist. Okay, that's a ridiculous statement. I think we can both agree, right?
No, the term seems to be that I have not been convinced of God, so therefore God does not exist. That seems to be the case that most people make. And yeah, there are people who make arguments against God. So for example, the problem evil is an argument against God's existence.
Wait, I'm sorry. Okay. I have the chat in. Some guys like.
Don't worry about the chat. That's something I'll tell you right now. If you're going to start doing these online debates, chats don't exist. The reason I read the chat is because I'm running a show. But if you focus on the chat, you're going to get lost in the sauce. PR came in $2 says the absence of a claim isn't a claim. I agree.
Yes, he's absolutely correct.
I agree. But if you say there is no God, that is a claim.
That's not what I'm saying, though.
If you're saying I don't know, I'm unconvinced, it's agnosticism.
Okay, then if that's agnosticism, then I guess I'm agnostic.
And that's fair. I got no contention with agnosticism.
Yeah. Okay, so then I guess as an agnostic, I would ask a Christian or Muslim or a Buddhist or Hindu, any religion that makes a positive claim that there exists a God or gods, what is your evidence?
Yeah, so I'd say that there'd be a lot of philosophical arguments. So we'd have like the contingency argument, fine-tuning argument, argument for motion, the transcendental argument, the problem of the one and the many, that shows that it's more likely that God exists than does not exist. And then I'd say to point to which God that is, we go through the evidential argument for Christ. So going through the historical documents that says that it's more probable that he resurrected than did not resurrect.
Okay, so I'll start off by saying that the most compelling evidence, I would say, for God, or the evidence that I think would find most convincing for me, is historical evidence, or evidence that we can point to concretely in the material world and say this is evidence for God's existence, right?
Okay, so Jesus Christ's resurrection.
Okay. Are there any specific strongest points that you have about the resurrection, or?
So I'll give you just like a minimal facts for the sake of time. Minimal facts I don't actually think is a good argument because it's a bit of an appeal to authority. But then you can derive into like the maximal facts information, things that cannot be contested through the minimal facts. But just for the sake of time, I'll give you the minimal facts. It seems to be the scholarly consensus that Jesus Christ was a person, had 12 apostles. John the Baptist was an actual real person, that he was crucified under Pontius Pilate, and his followers genuinely believe he rose from the dead. And then a good majority of scholars even believe that his tomb was empty. All this information comes from the same sources that says that he resurrected from the dead. If you're going to say that that bit of information is true, then why do you reject the resurrection? Most would do this according to Paul Rhodes because of the principle of analogy, where they compare their own life experiences to past experiences. If their own life experiences don't match to the historical past experiences, you have to deny it. I think that's unscientific, and you shouldn't do that. It's unphilosophical, so to speak. So yeah.
Okay, well, I'm not going to contest the points that, like, Jesus existed, that there were apostles, that he was crucified. This is historically probable and uncontroversial. It is likely that he died, that he was, stapled to the crucifix, so to speak. For the tomb was found empty. I'm pretty sure there are no contemporary records. That is, all sources are from believers decades later. There are no Roman or Jewish acknowledgement of the empty tomb.
Yeah, and
you don't see that as like a possible issue?
No. Why should I?
Okay, if you're investigating someone for bad behavior and they investigate themselves, you don't get like a third party. Are you more likely to believe them?
I look at the information. So we're getting the maximal facts. Were they trying to record accurate and true information? I think through things like undesigned coincidences, it deems to be so. So if they're showing themselves to be true in all these other cases, then we apply what's called the principle of charity, which basically assumes in history, and they do this all the time, that people are innocent until proven guilty. What atheists often do is that they say they're guilty until proven innocent. So you're positing that they're lying with no data or information, even though they've showed that they've been honest and trustworthy through other historical claims.
I'm not saying that they're lying. I'm saying that just the fact that the sources are from believers decades later.
Yeah, that's saying that they're guilty until proven innocent.
No, I'm not making a positive claim here.
Well, then why can't I trust them?
I'm saying it doesn't convince me if the source is from the people who believe that.
Right, because you're assuming that they're lying. That's why you don't trust them. I'm not assuming that
they're lying. I'm saying I have a higher bar for evidence that would convince me. Right.
Right, because you're assuming they're lying. You're assuming dishonesty because you're saying that they're believers, that they would make things up.
Why do I have to assume that they're lying in order to have a higher bar for evidence?
Then why does it matter if they were believers?
Investigating yourself and finding nothing wrong doesn't speak to some sort of...
If they showed to be trustworthy testimony up until this point, why would you disagree with it just because they are believers? Paul was a hater that was convinced. $2, yeah, that's also true. But yeah.
Oh, we're talking about Paul? Why
well,
would
no,
we do that?
I'm just reading the super chat. But yeah, so again, unless you're assuming dishonesty, what's the issue?
I don't think I'm assuming dishonesty when I say it's just not enough evidence for me. I think I need more.
The problem is you're saying that people who are convinced by the evidence are not trustworthy. You want documentation from people who are not convinced by the evidence.
Yes, I would think that would make a stronger case.
Yeah, that's
if you had third-party sources that would say.
That's a problem. So do you want to read a textbook that convinces you of mathematics from somebody who doesn't believe mathematics works?
Do I want to read a textbook from someone who is convinced mathematics doesn't work?
And is trying to convince you of the mathematic method, like the mathematical method that they're using. So for example, trigonometry. Somebody who does not believe trigonometry works writes a trigonometry textbook. That you think that's more credible?
Probably not. No, but I'm not sure how mathematics are analogous to religious documentation.
So why is it that people who are convinced of the evidence are less credible than people who are not convinced of the evidence?
Because we're talking about a man rising from the dead.
So
right?
That's the principle of analogy. That's unscientific by method. You're just basically saying my own dogma disproves what you believe.
I'm sorry, my own dogma disproves what I believe. I'm sorry.
Your own dogma. You just like, people don't raise from the dead, so therefore if I see people claiming that they raise from the dead, I don't believe it, and if they believe it, then they're less trustworthy. That's dogmatic.
I don't think if someone raises from the dead, I think that would like upend my entire worldview. I think I would like literally become a Christian in like 2 seconds.
That's
right?
why
That's
Jesus
like
did it.
The miracle of miracles.
Hold on. The whole thing that you said you need evidence from people who aren't convinced of it, but you just said that if you were convinced that Jesus rose from the dead, you become a Christian in 2 seconds. So why is it that those other people in the past who look through the evidence would not also be convinced and become a Christian in 2 seconds?
Why is it that the people in the past who looked at the evidence and were convinced and became a why did they become?
Wait, you're saying
hold on.
You're saying you need evidence from people who are not convinced. But you said if you were convinced you said if you had evidence that Jesus Christ rose from the dead, you become a Christian in 2 seconds. Do you see the problem here?
Yeah, but do you see how my bar for evidence is like extremely high considering how life-shattering of a miracle this is?
It's not high, it's dogmatic.
Okay.
Because if you read anything else in history, like for example, if you read through history of all the Napoleon conquests, and you read from people who believed that Napoleon did these conquests, you would believe Napoleon did these conquests. But when you're looking at Jesus, right, and you want people who didn't believe in it to write about it.
Wait, you're comparing like belief in Napoleon's conquest to belief in Jesus' resurrection?
Yes.
Okay. You realize that like when we're studying history, it's not just like we're studying the actual historical documents.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. We're also making inferences about the times in which these documents were written.
Yes.
Okay. If it's dogmatic for a higher,
you're not asking for. You're asking. You're special
threshold?
pleading. You're asking for different evidence, because again, we have more evidence than most people in history. We have more evidence for Jesus Christ than we did for Gaius Caesar, right? Not Julius, Gaius Caesar. So we have more evidence. We have what would be considered extraordinary evidence, as like people like to say. But the problem is you're asking for different evidence. Again, with Napoleon, you'd want to read the information of people who believed he did the conquests. But with Jesus, you want to read information for people who didn't believe he rose from the dead, saying he rose from the dead.
But with Napoleon, we have more than just people who believed in the conquest. We have do we have dead people in the French catacombs? I'm probably mixing this up with something else. But we have
completely irrelevant.
Evidence. Wait, why is that irrelevant?
It's irrelevant to the
there's
rhetoric of what I'm
outside
saying.
Of belief that's like we can find in the material world.
That's fine, but it's still rhetoric towards the fact that you want, in most of history, information from people who believe in the event. But for some reason with Christianity, you want the information from people who didn't believe in the event. But then if we provided a whole bunch of sources from people who witnessed Jesus Christ's resurrection, right, and all these types of things, but they didn't believe, then you'd raise a contention. Well, if we have 20 people who all witnessed his resurrection, why didn't they believe? It's inconsistent.
Perhaps I should have rephrased this. There probably ought to be quote unquote objective evidence outside of believers that point to Jesus's resurrection. Right?
There is.
Just as we would say there probably should be objective evidence outside of people who were victims of Napoleon's conquest.
There is, though.
That Napoleon. Okay.
There are people outside of believers who write things about Christianity of what you would expect to see if Jesus rose from the dead. So, for example, Pliny writes about how the fact that Christians were being burnt alive by Emperor Nero because they were committing cannibalism and worshiping this Christ figure. This all happened within only a few decades after Jesus Christ died and resurrected. This is what you would expect to see if Jesus resurrected, is people following him and worshiping him and performing the Eucharist, which Jesus commanded. So that would be an evidence towards the case.
I understand it correctly, it'd be evidence towards the case that Jesus' resurrection happened if there were still believers afterward?
No. If Jesus resurrected, would you expect to see a whole bunch of people following him and worshiping him?
That could be one of the outcomes, yeah.
Would you expect to see people performing the ritual practices that Jesus implemented?
Probably, if this man rose from the dead, yeah.
Cool. Would you
like, oh my
expect?
God.
Would you expect to see they be willing to die on that claim?
Probably, but I don't see how sincerity points to truth. If
I'm
people
not
die
saying
for
it does.
Islam,
I'm saying
people
it's
die
what
for
you.
Heaven's
That's
Gate.
not. Oh my God! Please do not shift to that topic. That's not what I said.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm saying these are things that you would expect to see if he died and resurrected. So this would be a positive no. Does it prove that he died and resurrected? No. All of these things combined together proves that he resurrected. But that is something that you would expect to see.
I believe so. Okay.
And sorry, I didn't mean to jump down your throat, but a lot of times when I bring up that argument that people died for the true claim, they want to jump into just belief in sincerity doesn't mean it's true. I know that's not my argument. What that argument means is that what they believed is that Jesus Christ resurrected. How are they convinced of that? Right? For example, you brought up Islamic extremists. What they believed is they'll receive a reward in Gehenna for committing sacrifice. How are they convinced of that? And then you go through the explanatory power. Well, you can be convinced by that by being implemented into religion and grown up that way. How are people convinced that Jesus Christ rose from the dead? Seems to me the best explanation is they witness his resurrection.
I mean, I guess the only thing I would say is if you're saying people saw Jesus alive and that was probably the most, impactful evidence for Jesus' resurrection, right? Or like probably the most direct evidence.
It has the most explanatory power.
I mean, I guess the only thing I would say is, I mean, I don't know if this is necessarily strong. You could say hallucinations are real. There are grief hallucinations that are documented.
There's no documented case of a mass hallucination. None, except for two Christian events. This would be the resurrection of Jesus, and this would be what is it? The Marian apparition that happened in, I forget where it is, but they had like 2,000 witnesses see the sun dance around the sky, which is also what you'd expect to see if Jesus Christ was still performing miracles.
Okay. Perhaps I am woefully uninformed on this issue. I guess the next thing I would say is there are contradictory accounts. The Gospels and Paul disagree on who, where, and what was seen.
I'm sorry?
The Gospels and Paul disagree on who, where, and what was seen.
No, they have minor, small disagreements is what you'd expect to see from multiple witnesses. You'd actually be more concerned if they had a verbatim stories with each other, because that would show cooperation. But the fact that they have differences is what you'd expect to see when people are trying to convey true information between each other. And there's actually contradictions through undesigned coincidences that make it very difficult for the skeptic. So for example, in John, and I think it's Matthew or maybe Mark, there's contradiction on whether Jesus was on a mountain or was he down by the water. The problem is that if you take this contradiction and say, hey, okay, there's a contradiction here. Well, there's also a problem in the same text that says that John was copying from Mark and stealing that information from there. So you'd have to say that John was intentionally trying to implement this contradiction. Better explanation for these two so-called contradictions is that John is reciting from his memory and Mark is reciting from his. And I conveyed a big undesigned coincidence into like 2 seconds.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. And then, I guess I would expand from the contradictory accounts to say that Paul's experience was vision-based.
I don't think it's a vision.
Really? If we look to, is it Galatians?
Acts.
Acts? Is it 1:12 and 1 Corinthians 15?
1 Corinthians 15:3 is talking about the creed. It's nothing to do with his vision, so to speak. No, it says that Jesus appeared to him in a white light. There's no state of a vision because he went blind, and then the people around him also heard the voice. A vision would imply that he was having like a dreamlike figure and no one else was in there. But the simple fact that Paul went blind from seeing Jesus and the other figures that are with him heard what was being said implies that Jesus actually showed up on the road to Damascus.
Is a dreamlike vision a physical encounter?
Well, if that's what a vision is, then you're going to have a problem differentiating between me petting my cat and a vision.
I don't think a dreamlike vision is as a physical encounter. I don't know if you could.
If the encounter actually causes someone to go blind and it makes an audible sound that multiple people can hear, how's it a vision?
You're saying Paul was made blind by his encounter with Jesus?
Yes.
Well, then I guess I'll say that I didn't know that.
Fair enough.
I'm sorry. I can't.
All right, man. With that being said, I do got to shut it down. Like I have to go. So, but I appreciate your time. Appreciate the conversation. You did great for your first time up. Keep doing it, and you'll school people.
I hope I at least encouraged thought-provoking conversation. I didn't want to try to sound dogmatic or anything. I admit this is definitely my first time arguing, quote unquote, against Christianity. Although I try not to frame it like that.
Amen. God bless.
Yeah. God bless. Have a good one.
All right. Our Father who's in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread and forgive us our debts as we also forgive our debtors. Lead us not to temptation, but deliver us from evil. Lord, thank you for this day and the blessings that you give. And thank you for these wonderful conversations. Lord, forgive us for the Phil Bro stuff. Forgive us. I know it's such a drag, man. It's such a drag. But Lord, thank you for the conversations that you did give. I ask that you use these conversations to plant seeds to ultimately draw people into your kingdom. And also, just as important, I ask that you use everybody in this chat to also build your kingdom. Let us not be Christians that just sit on the corner and listen. Let us be active Christians that actually do things that are involved in your kingdom, using our talents to help build the world and the things that you desired. And that doesn't exactly have to be argue, debate, evangelism, things like that. There are many skills that we all have. Let us all implement the skills and the gifts that we had to help participate in your creation, Lord. Forgive us of our sins. Give us grace. Never turn your face from us. Bestow wisdom upon us. And if we're wrong, put us back on the right path. In Jesus' name, amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. All right, guys. If you want to support me, you can support me on Patreon. A link is in the bio. You can support through Super Chats. There are many ways to do it. We are switching to day lives Monday, Wednesday, and Friday around 12 Atlantic Standard Time at noon. We'll also be doing some reactions here and there, maybe on Tuesdays and Thursdays, when I'm working on thumbnails and things like that. So yeah, make sure you subscribe to my YouTube channel if you want to see those. We're probably not going to hang out on YouTube after that because I went way past my time and I got to be where I got to be in 20 minutes. So God bless you, TikTok. Have yourself a great day, and we'll see you all on Monday for Muslim Monday. And now it's just me, you, YouTube. Guys, I love you. Thank you so much for hanging out today and participating and these great conversations. I appreciate you guys supporting the daytime. I know you guys prefer the night. I know a lot of you guys prefer the night. But I have to say my attitude and mood is way better since switching to days. And I feel a lot more energetic. And I feel like my sleep is improving. So I think a big part of the reason my sleep was detrimental was because I was staying up so late. Going to bed at like 4 a.m. is not healthy because it takes me a while to wind down after doing these lives because like I'm really focused, my energy gets up. So I appreciate you guys' support in that. And yeah, just let me know what you want to see in future content. But yeah, thank you guys. God bless, and we'll see you next time.